Let's see. So I had so much fun setting up all of these layouts for the September reading challenge that I'm doing, which I'm going okay with. Like, this is the TBR for September, big theory. Absolutely no way that I'm going to be reading all of this in the month of September, given the fact that there's like, I don't know, a week left, and I've read one of these books, and I've started on this one, and it's a long one, and I have to finish it before book club. So, ha ha ha. But I did go into this with the expectation that I wasn't going to finish it all in September, anyways. So, putting that on pause because the new month approaches, and that means so does a new reading challenge. Monica has yet again coerced me into doing a reading challenge for the month of October. And this time we're going to be doing what's called TBR Harvest, hosted by Leandra of TBR Zero. I haven't done this challenge before, and I think it's really fun the way she set it up because it's effectively like just a couple game boards, really. So, this is one of the options, the kind of like escape the haunted house type vibe. She's also got an escape the corn maze, and she's got kind of like a what I'm going to call like a Halloweeny, I don't know, picture hunt, I suppose. I haven't really looked into the other two because this is the one that all my mates were doing, and I'm a sucker for FOMO, obviously. So I was like, no, okay, I'm going to do the same one. So the general idea here, though, is that you start in the attic, start attic, and then you follow whatever route you want to take to try and escape, like get out the front door, kind of a thing. So each of these different rooms is tied to a prompt. You read something for the prompt, then you move on to the next space, depending on kind of like it's like a pick your own adventure type thing. So if you really wanted to go hard, you'd start in the attic, go down the chimney, get to the fireplace, go back up the chimney, go back to the attic, go into the bathroom, the library, the bedroom, the staircase, the theater, the seance room, the staircase, the kitchen, I suppose, and then you'd leave. I guess you only really missed the living room there. I don't know if there's any way to actually hit every single one of them, but I'm probably not gonna be doing quite that much reading. I'm thinking I'll probably take the easiest possible route, which is, I think, attic, bedroom, living room, out because October's gonna be busy, but I love the idea of this. I thought it was really cute. And while I could just, I've obviously printed it off on a piece of paper, I could just stick it into my journal. I've decided instead that I want to draw the house in my journal. So you can maybe see some of the faint sketching in I've done. This is mainly because my bestie, Rachel, who's also doing this reading challenge, she drew it into her journal, and it was very much one of those like, Regina George bought flip-flops or whatever, so I had to buy flip-flops. I'm pretty sure it was Katie Heron. I'm a bad Mean Girls fan, obviously. But I loved what she'd done with drawing it into her journal, so I thought I'd try and do the same. And then on the other side here, this is where I'm probably gonna actually outline what all the prompts are because writing them in the little boxes for each of the rooms would probably be a little bit too tricky. But let me know, are you doing any reading challenges in October? I'd love to hear them. I can see that yeah, we've got Halloweenathon, Scareathon, Fablin, and Spookopoly. Yep, that's a lot because there are a lot that go on in October because it's spooky season. And I know that for a lot of the creators who are in like the Northern Hemisphere, it's very fall vibes, which is very reading suited. So it makes sense that there are a lot going on. It's just like which ones do we actually need to do? I've been very interested, I suppose, in all of the different ones going on, but I'm trying to hold myself to like, you're only doing one because if you do too many, you'll get overwhelmed, and then you won't actually read anything, and it'll just be a sad, sad time. So I'll probably be trying to see if I can get any of the prompts to fit in with the books that I've already outlined for Aurelium Reading Challenge. Because as I said, like, even though it's like, in theory, you read them in September, I'm giving myself until the next equinox, which is going to be spring in April, question mark, I think. So I've got until the start of April in my mind to read the rest of these, and that's okay. I can probably do that before then. But in terms of penning this one in, I haven't necessarily sketched everything out in full, so it's going to be kind of like a little bit of pen, a little bit of pencil, a little bit of eraser as we kind of amble our way through this, trying to set everything up. You're trying to set up your Aurelian one? No, I wonder what I'm going to do because I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do next year when I move into a new reading journal because obviously in setting all of these ones up, I went and set up all of kind of like preliminary pages of like character design and the novice path and all of that kind of thing, which was a lot of fun and I love the way it looks. But I don't necessarily think I need to do it again. Like it would just end up being a rehash, but I really like the idea of having it all together, so I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see about that one. I'm also thinking about how I kind of change up my reading journal style for next year, but that's a future me problem because right now we need to focus on October. So let's see. You're going to be doing a read for the most part mystery. I know that Erin, like Erin Smith, Erin is hosting a reading challenge, and I checked this morning to see if she like had any information out about it because I'm like, oh, it'd be really fun to support her one, but she doesn't have the information out yet, and I'm like, well, I'm setting up my journal today, so I'll catch it next year. So, what I'm thinking is that I might just start with some of the elements that I know kind of overlap rooms before I go and put in the hard barriers between rooms. So, for instance, that'd be like this little ladder here, which kind of spans two rooms because I want that to stand out. I don't want it to get kind of like cut off. Um, you're gonna be doing Erin's one too? Yeah, I'm eager to see what it is because if I can make it work, then I'll probably still put it in my journal. But we've got, yeah, the staircase. This is not a staircase. The ladder here, the trapdoor possibly. This opening is probably one that I wanna go and put in first. If you want these printables, by the way, like if you wanna just print them off and stick them into your journal, in the description box, I have linked to the introductory video that Leandra's put out, and in her video, she explains, like, where to get them. There's, like, a Google Drive with all of the pictures and such. So, having a look at those, I think I'll also try and put the arrows in first wherever possible, just so that then they are, I don't know, able to stand out, I guess. So, to do that, I'm gonna turn my journal because 'cause it'll probably be a little bit easier. I'm gonna turn it this way now because 'cause I'm like, "Oh, I'll start at the bottom," and I don't want my hand hanging off the edge. So we've got an arrow that goes from the staircase into the kitchen area. I'll put that here. And I thought it was cute that Rachel did kind of like boxy arrows rather than just, I don't know, monoline arrows. I thought that was quite cute, so I'll try and do that too, and I'm gonna try and keep them roughly the same size. I think that looks pretty sweet. It's always kind of, like, nerve-wracking putting the first pen on the paper, like, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stuff it up and everything's gonna look a mess, and I'm just gonna have to glue the pages together." No, we're being fearless today. So, we're gonna put this arrow in, which goes from the seance room to the staircase. There we go. It's looking pretty cute. We have this arrow, which is going from the theater to the seance room, which it feels kind of funny to put effort into the rooms that I'm probably not gonna read for, but it's cool. I'm fine. I'm fine. We have the middle staircase going into the theater. I feel like I can't say theater without wanting to just say theater. Like, and I don't know why. This one is the bedroom. So the bedroom into the staircase. And I'm trying to keep them all kind of like a similar distance from the roof, but I've already stuffed that up. So like we're just gonna pretend that's what I've done because this lower one is further away, but it's all good. It's fine. Do make sure to draw your arrows the correct way, otherwise you will be sad. I'm mainly talking to myself when I say that. I will be sad. I know there are mistake fixes that I can use, but I'm trying not to stuff it up this early in the piece. That would be nice. It would be nice if it looked the way it's supposed to look. This one here goes from the library into the bedroom. And then this one is going from the bathroom into the library. Because for some of these, I've like, obviously going to be drawing the arrows in. And I'm thinking, like, do I want to draw the arrows in for everything? Because there's one arrow in particular, which isn't really illustrated on this picture, but it's effectively like you go down the chimney and then you get into the fireplace, but it's like, oh no, somebody lit the fire. So you can go back up the chimney, but it's not on this original picture. So do I just do like a two-way arrow? Or do I just do an in out? I don't really know. Because it's like you're in the chimney, but then you have to go to the fireplace. So you'd have to go. I'm just gonna draw the picture. So attic to the chimney, already there. Chimney to the fireplace, already there. Fireplace back to the chimney, which would be here. And then chimney back into the attic. But you can't just go like what am I saying? You can't go attic, chimney, attic. You have to go attic, chimney, fireplace, chimney, attic. This is gonna confuse the heck out of me. This is why I'm also gonna have this kind of scaffolding over this side, I feel, because 'cause it'll just make it a little bit easier. Let's see. Let's see. You made it to the live. Woohoo! I'm glad to see you here. Let's see. You're in Oz, but finally catching a live. I know that for some of our Australian friends, especially if you live in the western side of Australia, whether that be Western Australia or somewhere in the middle, this time can be a little bit early for you, so I appreciate your endeavors. Let's see. We've got an arrow that goes from the see, the arrow technically goes from the fireplace into the living room, but I didn't really like the idea of drawing over the fire, so I've kind of put the arrow here instead, and I'm just gonna make my peace with it. It's the idea is like, as long as the vibes are there, it's fine because really when it comes to doing the actual reading, I'll probably be going from the schematic rather than this blueprint, which I know this is not a blueprint, but still. Let's see. You'll probably wait until next week before you fix your membership tier. Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't think that um it's kind of an annoying system because I know that, like, with the way that YouTube does memberships, they do a charge at the end of the month for the following month, I'm pretty sure. Um, but if you sign up before then it charges you for the current month as well. It's, like, a little bit messy, so I apologize for that. There's nothing I can do about it, but I apologize for that. Let's see. So we're gonna need an arrow that goes through this trap door here, which I don't know if you can really see it because it might be a bit faint, but I'll show you on here. There's the trapdoor that they've just drawn the arrow above rather than through, which kind of makes sense. I think it's a little bit neater that way. But when I come to do this ladder here, I can't really draw the arrow above because the roof will be in the way. So I'm just going to draw the arrow that goes through the floor. Trying to keep them all a similar size. And I'll do a similar one over here. I'll just do through the floor. There we go. And there's also an arrow that goes from this little vent in the bedroom down to the living room. You can see that indicated here as this kind of like long line that goes across floors. I figure for that one, I might just hold off. I'll do it later until I figure out what I want to do with it. I'm just gonna leave it for now. We'll have this arrow that comes out into the chimney. And like I said, there are technically these kind of like go back up the chimney looking things and stuff like that, which is just a little bit tricky. So I might just draw an arrow that comes back up as a kind of indicator that that is a possibility, even if it's not necessarily what I'm going to be doing. So now as the arrows are in, I think I've got all of them. They technically don't have any arrows going to the front door, which I could technically draw in, but then it might get in the way of my door. So I might leave them out. I'll decide later. Now we need to think about putting the other elements in that aren't going to I wanna put them in such a way that they don't kind of, like, blend in with the walls, for one thing, and, like, work from front to back. So because the arrows are the most important thing, we've drawn them in first because they're going to be the closest to me, effectively. If you were thinking about, like, layering paper, anything that you don't want to be kind of taken over by other elements, you put those in first. Now we need to try and think about, like, well, what's second? What's the next one I need to put in, to try and figure that out. I thought that the idea of having a key on top of it was kind of interesting. I've just decided to do a regular kind of roof, and then we have the chimney here. And I haven't decided if I want to do smooth edges on the house or if I want to make it kind of look like brickwork or like a weatherboard house or something like that. So I haven't done anything. I feel like for the chimney, at least, it would probably be more sensible to have that be kind of brick-esque looking. But we're gonna go draw the roof in. I'm gonna do I wanna freehand this or do I wanna rule it? I think I'll rule it because I want it to be smooth. I want it to look smooth, which means I need to find a similar sized micron. Let's grab the microns out. My little micron stash. I keep them all together because it's just easier. I'm thinking we'll grab out a size 01. We'll see if that's okay, and then if it's not, we'll try and 03. Actually, 01 would probably be way too small. I'm just thinking I usually use 02 to draw my stars in, and that's really, really small. But an 05 I think might be a little too big. So 03, 04, 05, we're going to figure out which one. Thanks for the reminder to update yours. So if you're here and you're like, what the heck is everybody talking about this membership business? So we're currently in the process of changing over our membership so that they're fully on YouTube, which means that like we can offer kind of different perks and ones that are kind of more in alignment with video content and such. And that means that if you are a current member and you haven't gone and checked your membership to make sure you're part of one of the updated tiers, it would be a good opportunity to do that because we want to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the goodness. Alrighty, I think I'm going to go with 4 because 4 looks like a good size. But yeah, so any of the tiers as of current, I've had to kind of like keep the old tiers on and then also add the new tiers in, which also meant removing one of the old tiers. Like it's very messy, but it does mean that come the end of this month, all of the old tiers are going to be removed. So if you're still on an old tier, you need to make sure that you update your membership if you want to keep membership perks. You don't have to do anything. I'm not your mother. I'm not going to make you stay. I'd love to have you stay though. So ruling the roof here. Well, the underside of the roof, because I was thinking I would try and do kind of a underside that was smooth, and then the top side of it would be kind of like a tiled roof. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but I'm looking forward to trying. Oops, you meant I got kicked out. Yeah, see, that's the thing, eh? Because you can only have 6 membership tiers at once, right? 6 membership tiers at once. And we already had 5, but all 5 of those are getting retired. But if I remove them, then people just lose their membership straight out. And then I don't have any way to communicate with them to say, like, hey, I'm really sorry, but we're changing things up. So what I did was I had my 5 tiers. I added one of the new ones. I managed to change one of the old ones to a new one. So just like, I don't know, transfer that over there. Now we've got 4 tiers. And then for the 4 tiers that were remaining, I was like, I can't change any of them to make them fit the new stuff. So I had to remove one of them in favor of setting up the new one. So yeah, it's a little bit messy, and I'm hoping that it's not too much of a giant hassle for people. And I'm trying to make the transition very smooth, but it is a little bit difficult. So we're going to do a little kind of like a tiled roof looking business, but a silhouette of a tiled roof. So this just means that rather than going specifically in line with the pencil lines that I've set up for myself, I'm just going a little out to the side and then kind of course correcting and coming back to where I'm supposed to be. So we end up with this kind of jagged line. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. It might be a little bit hard to understand through explanation, but rather than going perfectly in line with the pencil line I've drawn, I'm just going slightly off course and then correcting back to the line. Just using the dot grid to kind of help me indicate where I'm supposed to be going. There we go. It kind of looks like a very wide Christmas tree. Or like a very wide pine. There you go. I haven't really decided how I'm going to figure out the end of this one, though. It might end up looking a little odd, but it's all good. You can figure it out when we get there, which is like in 1 dot time, so we should probably figure that out sooner rather than later. Yeah, and then we'll just draw a line straight across. Ta-da! Now this one on the left-hand side doesn't go the whole way down because we're going to have a like chimney coming up the side, similar to the picture here. So that's why it kind of just stops. But at least we've got the roof is here. The roof is not on fire. Would you ever consider doing a square reading journal? I mean, I consider it, but I'm always very interested with the idea of a square reading journal because most book covers are rectangular. So in my mind, I'm like, rectangular journal, rectangular book covers. Like that makes sense. We put them in and they're kind of in proportion to the notebook size. But square does seem very popular. So I'm like, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I just don't know if I'll necessarily do it. Yeah, you're trying to decide whether you want to use an A5 or a square for 2025. Fair. I will be using a A5. Excuse me while I open my drink because I haven't had anything to drink today. Tink. I'm planning on using an A5 for next year, mainly because it's just, like, the preferred size, it's favorable, and I like using a square for my everyday journal because it has a lot of space to write down tasks and stuff, but it's not super, super long like the B5 is. Not that the B5 is, like, that long, it's in proportion, but it still kinda trips me up in terms of how much vertical space it has, so, I don't know, it would be one of those, like, possibly 1 year, but not next year. Let's see, 4 other spaces in the house that I want to draw the bonus bits in. I think I might be able to go and put the levels in soon. I'm just gonna draw in the top of the chimney, and I'm gonna draw a little lip on the chimney because I think it would look cute. There we go, we've got a little lip on the chimney. And then I think that the internal side of the chimney, I'm going to have as smooth because it's gonna be against a wall kind of a thing. And then maybe the external side of the chimney, I might make jagged. I might pencil it in first and see if I like the way it looks, 'cause if I don't like the way it looks, it's not really much point in doing it and then having to fix it. Where is my micron? There we go. You've started a commonplace book in the Velvet Journal. I love the idea of commonplacing. I just know that I'm not the kind of person who uh, really enjoys having to handwrite a lot of stuff, but I love the way they look. So I'm always kind of like throwing up. It's like, oh, should I do it? Should I make a commonplace journal? And it's like, no, Jess, you're just gonna keep all of your note taking in Notion. Eventually, you will formalize your second brain, and then everything will be okay. There we go. I'm gonna draw that down to here. And the reason that I'm stopping here is because I want to draw the entrance to the fireplace. On the reference picture, they had the front of the fireplace facing forward, but when Rachel drew it, I was like, that looks a little odd. Like the way she drew it was completely fine. It looked really, really good. It's just that the fact that we've got effectively like a cross section of the house, it felt strange to have the front of the fireplace facing forward when it would be facing into the room, unless it's, like, at the back of the room or something. But I just figured I would draw mine to the side here because then it's, like, the opening or something that people could go through. Now, just to ensure that I don't accidentally go and put any line work in there, we're gonna draw what I'm considering to be the entrance to the fireplace. That's like a little mantelpiece effectively. And then we've got the other side of the fireplace, which I thought would kind of section it off as its own little room by just drawing this little indent, and then we'll have the back of the fireplace here. That looks cool. That's all good. Now, do I want to do wiggle work for the bricks, or do I want to just go in and draw a straight line? I do like the idea of having it be a bit more wiggly. So, what I mean by that is, you know, when you get brickwork and you've got like the brick and then you've got the area around the outside. I think it's called the mortar. I don't know a lot about bricklaying, so please do forgive. So you've got, you know, bricks upon bricks, etc. And usually the bricks are the same size, and we've got all of the kind of like grout in between it. I was thinking that for this kind of like cross section of the brickwork along the side, we could do something that's kind of like 2 and then like a little indent and then 2, and then a little indent. Oh, that was too big of an indent, and then 2. Like, to that kind of a scale, but, like, a lot smaller. So for the box that we've got, it would probably be, like, 3/4 and then a little indent, and then 3/4 and then a little indent, and then 3/4 and then a little indent, so on and so forth. Am I putting a lot of effort into this? Probably more than is necessary, but I thought it would look kinda cute, so I think I'm gonna do it. You wasn't gonna do a reading challenge this month, but it looks easy and doable, and now you're tempted? Yeah. I think that the only thing that trips me up about this one is that it's supposed to be in order, because you have to, like, you know, do the first step and then go to the next room and then go to the next room kind of a thing. So, having it dictate the order in which I read, it makes sense as for, like, you know, the escape the haunted house. You can't be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm in the attic, and now I'm in the fireplace without going through the chimney." Like, we're not teleporting over the house here. But I think that, having to read things in a specific order is kinda like, kind of a thing, but she also has the reading challenge that's more of a kind of like picture find type deal, and I think that each of the pictures actually represents a prompt or something. So you can do that one instead, and then you can read in whatever order you want. It's better for our mood readers, I think. But, you're definitely getting inspiration from the spreads. I'm glad to hear it. So you're in a hard reading slump. Yeah, I especially coming off of the prior month, coming off of August, where I read like 8 books, which is quite a lot for me. Moving into this month and then being like, "Oh, I've read like 1 book and I'm shambling my way through another." Actually, no, that's a lie. I have read 2 books this month. I reread ACOTAR. Just, like, completely ignoring my TBR. I'm like, "Nah, I'm just gonna reread ACOTAR." Oh, dear. But we're gonna do this brickwork, which requires me to pay better attention to what I'm doing. Trying to do this without making it not to scale is kind of tricky because I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'll do, like, a 3 and then 3 quarters and then a quarter," but it doesn't really look quite right. That makes the bricks look quite large. So, we're just going on vibes, doing it based on feeling. I mean, it's a haunted house. It's allowed to have a kind of, like, rickety looking chimney. That seems to fit the vibe, I think. What I recently read, The Haunting of Hill House, which I don't think was for me, which is, it's fine. I was mainly reading it because I was doing a reading challenge, and you could get 5 points if you read something with a building on the front. I'm like, "Well, a house is a building, so ha ha ha, here I am." So I read that literally for the points, which I think is kind of a nice thing with reading challenges. They help push us outside of our kind of reading comfort zone, and even though this book wasn't for me, I thought it was interesting to kind of gain insights to a different type of literature, I suppose, because I don't read a lot of horror books, and I don't read a lot of books that were published, I don't know, before 2014. I don't know the specific statistics on that. That's just chucking out a number there for the point of the argument. But I thought it was interesting to kind of get to explore a different genre and a different style of writing and such, and then go and read people's reviews and see how they found it because I'm always curious about what other people took away from a book and such, especially ones that aren't for me, because it's interesting to see like, okay, this has like, X number of good ratings on Goodreads or whatever. Like, why is it that everybody else was vibing and I was just like, but But yeah, like not a bad book, just not a Jess book. There we go. So we've got our beautiful looking chimney in here, and it does look a little bit interesting to have it have a straight edge on this side and then a bricked edge on this side, but it makes sense because that's like inside the house. It's coming from inside the walls. So hoping there was a live today, but you couldn't find where it was listed. Oh, yeah, see, 'cause I endeavor to make sure that we have the live stream kind of watch page up at least a couple days before the live starts. I didn't do that this time because I was still playing around with what I wanted to do for our live stream today, and it was getting towards the end of the month. I'm like, "Oh, what are we gonna do? Like, hang out together, but we're gonna make it something that's still, interesting to watch. Don't want to just be like me sitting here twiddling my thumbs for 3 hours. That's not fun to watch." So I figured that I would do this reading challenge, and then I'm like, "Okay, we'll set it up together because it'll incentivize me to actually set it up." Now, on the other side of the house, I'm thinking I might just go smooth for that one. I could do a weatherboardy kind of type thing, similar to what we've got here, but then it might look a little bit too similar. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna pencil it in first, and we'll see if I like it. Let's see. Speaking of The Haunting of Hill House, that's one of the TV shows you wanna watch? Yeah, I would like to watch it. I haven't, seen it, notably. I've seen the advertising for it, and I've seen, some of the reviews, but, let's see. Weatherboardy? I do like the little weatherboardy kinda look, which is kind of cool. And I feel like I should do some internal walls because notably I've got the roof which has that kind of double layer nature to it, and I feel like I should do a similar thing for some of these other rooms. And I know that's what Rachel did and it looked quite good. So maybe I will maybe I will just draw a straight line down, and that can be the kind of internal edge of the house, which I shouldn't have done first because now I can't see my dots. It's cool, it's fine, it's fine. And then go and do the edges similar to what we've got on the roof, which means I might need to put some dot work in for myself so that I have some reference dots. Have I already blunted this? Yes, I have. This is the problem with microns and why I have so many of them, is that I am a little bit heavy-handed when it comes to working in my journal with my pens. So I do not necessarily treat my pens the way that they would like to be treated. Oh, it was surprisingly really sad. Spoilers. No, I have a feeling like it probably would be. Let's see. We've got. I'm using the wrong pen for this. This is why I'm having a trialing time. I was just remembered that we were using the Tombow for a reason. I find it easier to draw with this type of a pen because of like the tip type, I guess, makes it a little bit easier. But that looks cute. And it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to give the general vibes. And we're effectively doing that little kind of pine tree looking style thing, just a little bit under exaggerated. And we're just going to ignore the fact that the proportions in this house completely off. That's okay, right? It's a haunted house. It's allowed to be a little bit weird. Let's see. The movie The Haunting from back in 1999 with Liam Neeson, Catherine Zeta-Jones. Oh, it was based on that as well. Interesting. Yeah, I think that it'd be interesting to see the kind of film adaptation of this because I probably will enjoy that more. We'll have to wait and find out though. Now, when it comes to doing the internal line work of the house, I kind of want to make it so all of the line work I'm trying to say, like, is connected. That's not quite what I mean, but it's kind of similar to what we've got with the brickwork here. So if we think about these bricks as being rooms and then the gap between them being the walls, I don't want to have kind of like cutting lines between them. I want to have those open gaps just because I think it looks nicer. It's very much an aesthetic based decision. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the micron again and the ruler, and we're going to do all of the vertical line work first, and then we'll do the horizontal one. We're going to start in the top, and we're going to make it so that the line work goes to whichever side I feel like at the time. And trying to keep things kind of consistent here in terms of their sizing, proportions, and such can be kind of tricky. And it doesn't need to be a big gap. I just like the idea of having a gap. And we can always just go fix things up in post. And by post, I mean with stickers over the top of any mistakes that I make. And it's kind of like I'm thinking about which rooms might need a little bit of extra space for their decoration because, like in the picture, I do want to go in and possibly try and draw in some elements that fit with the like what the room is actually for, I guess. So like in the bedroom, draw a bed. In the bathroom, draw a bath. Because those are the kind of things that are already on the picture. I think that they were a pretty cute addition. So we can try and add those in as well. That's looking pretty sweet. Put that here. Very nice. So we've got some walls. That's looking pretty cute. Also, if I miss anything in the chat as we go through, just know it's because I've like hid in a book trying to make sure that I get this thing in here correctly. I need to draw that ladder in before I draw in any of the line work from the top. I'm just going to draw the sides of the ladder to start with. There we go. There's the ladder. Oh dear. That was the wrong place to put the line. It's fine. It's okay. And I know you can use like a white gel pen and stuff to cover up mistakes, and that's something that I used to do. But one of the reasons I kind of stopped doing that is a lot of the time the white gel pens I were using were like water soluble, which meant that when I went to go and write over the top of them or anything, it would just like muddy the color, or even just putting the white gel pen over the top of color, especially water markers like Tombos and such, it would just make a mess. So rather than doing that, I just started using white stickers because it effectively just mimicked the paper that I already had in my journals, but it was a lot thinner than sticking in the doc grid paper from the notebook. This ladder looks a little janky, but it's fine because it's for the vibes. Let's see. You started school again. Exciting. I hope it's going well thus far. Thus far. Alrighty. Let's make sure that when we put this line in, we leave the gaps that we have said we want. Otherwise, we will be sad. We don't want to be sad. Wee. Poink. 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 And poink. Oh, it's looking so good. If I do say so myself, I'm looking forward to having it finished and like okay, one of the things that I always do when I draw like line work like this and such, I get this panic point of like, oh, I want to color it in, but what if the color ruins it? Because I don't want to ruin it. And I'm wondering now if I color in the arrows so that they are a little bit bolder and stand out. Also, in part because I slightly went over that line. And I'm just like, ooh, the imperfection. Will it bother me? There's a strong possibility it might. But let's see. I need to figure out what I want to do with that trapdoor. I think the trapdoor will just sit on top, so that's okay. Which means that I can go and put in the other horizontal line because there's no vertical lines that go into the attic. I like the attic space being left open. Wee poink. Careful poinking. Gotta be careful out there while you're poinking. There we go. Gorge. So that level's looking nice. It's looking pretty sweet. It's only week 3, but this is your relaxed block before a mad dash. Yeah, well, I hope that you're making the most of the relaxed time because I know that I don't necessarily do a good job of that myself, but hopefully you're doing good things. So we're going to do the vertical lines for the next level and then do the horizontal line there, I think. So this one here is for the stairwell. And go to the top of that one, but not all the way to the bottom. And of course, be careful while you're doing your line work. We don't want to smudge all of our ink, which I'm trying to remember that this journal does take just a little bit longer to dry things. I'm not necessarily the best at remembering that and just go a little bit gung-ho sometimes, but I'm trying to be patient. Not one of the virtues that I have, definitely. But I will say, I completely understand anybody who wants to do this reading challenge and just sticks the picture in from the Google Drive because going to the effort to draw this up and such does take a bit of time. But I really love the look of hand-drawn pieces like this. I don't do a lot of hand drawing in my journal anymore, as you've probably noticed. I'm really into my stickers and my P tapes and stuff. PET tapes. Come on, English. But I miss the aesthetic of hand drawn. I don't miss the time taken by hand drawn, if that kind of makes sense. Now for this part, I actually don't want to go all the way over. I'm just going to go one dot over because it's the stairwell and I kind of wanted to make it look like the stairwell wasn't fully blocked off from both levels. Hopefully it'll make sense once I finish drawing this in and you can kind of see what I mean. So rather than block the stairwell off completely on the side here, because it's technically one room, if we go and have a look at it in the picture, you can see how it kind of just goes across the 2 levels, but I wanted there to be kind of like a little landing, so it didn't just look like, "Oh, yeah, I step out into a sheer drop," or anything like that. And we will just finish up the line work on that intersection and put in a little lip here. That's looking cute. And put in that intersection and that intersection. Oh my god, it's so gorgeous. But you see how just going through and rather than doing an individual solid line for each of those, it just makes it look a little bit more special. I think that that looks really cool. Let's see. Your ADHD brain took not one of my virtues and said the Evie line from The Mummy. Nice. It's been a hot minute since I watched The Mummy. Let's see. You really love the hand-drawn ghosties? Yeah, it was a lot of fun to do those. Not enough fun necessarily to make me convert back to fully hand-drawn layouts or anything like that, but fun enough that I was like, "Oh, this is just a good time." Now, before we go and do the rest of the wall line work, I'm actually gonna go in and draw these little bushes that I wanted to have at the front, mainly so that then when I go and rule in the bottom of the house, I don't forget that I wanted to put them there. I haven't really gone and drawn these out properly, so we're just gonna follow our joy with putting these in. Normally, I like to do the bottom a little bit more flat than the top. So you see how the top is kind of domed and then the bottom is a little bit more horizontal. Gives it a better illusion of like sitting on the ground, I suppose. At least I think it does. This is also how I like to draw clouds. So really these are just 2 little clouds sitting on the ground. Spooky mist kind of vibes. There we go. Cute. So we've got those in. That's looking swell. Yeah. Have to plan a reading journal for 2025. Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually planning mine, once I get to the drawing in stage, because I kind of know what general aesthetic I want to go with it, but I know that it's gonna take me a hot minute, so I'm kind of procrastinating it, which is probably not a good idea because it's gonna take me a long time, and this end of the year is busy, so I really should get started, but I enjoy my reading journal being something that is, funnily enough, enjoyable. So I don't want to turn it into a chore. I also want this wall to line up. I probably should have done the wall all at the same time, but I didn't, because that would have made a lot more sense. But it's all good. It's fine. I'll just line that line up with the last one I did. And this one can come down to about here. And then put in the next one, hopefully a similar distance away from the one above it. That looks good. We're going to need to do the walls that frame the door. This is the hard part because, like, the door is going to be here. If we go and have a look at the reference picture, the door comes to the top of the wall, and I can understand why they did that, because if you make it shorter, then you've just got this, like, weird bit of dead space, but at the same time, that makes for a very tall door, and it looks a little bit odd, which is the kind of thing, like, I know that this isn't supposed to be, like, in proportion to each other or anything like that, but I'm still weirdly endeavoring to make it in proportion, so maybe I just draw the door and don't draw the wall, and we can pretend it's one of those, like, open plan living situations where we've got the living room on one side and the kitchen on the other. Maybe that could be the general idea behind it. Which means that we don't need internal walls here, which means that I think that, yeah, that'll be the kitchen, that'll be the living room, similar to what we have on our picture here, and I just don't have internal walls going down here. That's what we're gonna go with. Debating bringing back your channel and filming my reading journal setup. I would watch it. Tink. I have been watching a bucket load of reading journal videos recently. Beautiful. We're gonna put you over there so I don't forget that you're there with me. Is the cola in the room with us? Yes. Yes, it is. So that's looking cute. We love this. We just need to put in the floor and the floor. And I'm also going to make sure that I go and put in the lower part of that. I'm wondering about the bottom of the house here and whether I want to make it thicker as well, because it might look a little odd just being flat. So let's go see. Oh, that part I was supposed to do something with, but I didn't. It's cool. It's fine. We can figure that out. We have the technology. You love all the recent reading journal videos. Yeah, I've just been getting kind of more into it, and it's been a lot of fun. The reading journal ideas video that we had on the channel recently, that one has been a long time coming. If you're part of the team with a capital T, then you definitely know how long that's been on the plan. It was just trying to find the time to make all the layouts, because it's one of those idea videos where you make all the layouts and then you flip through them and such, which means that I need to sit down and make all the layouts. And there were like 100 layouts. So did take a hot minute to make those, and I kept underestimating how much time it was going to take me. So I'd put it on my content schedule or whatnot to be like, yeah, it's going to come out on the channel this month, and then start making them like a month get out, like a week in advance, and that was not enough time, and then have to be like, okay, we're just pushing this one back again. Whoops, my bad. There we go. Put that there, that there. This one is the side of the house, so that one goes there, and then we can do the floor effectively. A little bit more floor, just a little bit more floor. More floor. More floor. Pink. That looks good. And then we'll just neaten all that line work up. Oh, so cute. Let's see. Any channel recommendations from your extensive reading journal setup watching? I found that a lot of the reading journal videos I was watching were from people who aren't necessarily journalers. They are like bookstagrammers, I think is the official term, and booktubers and such. So it was mainly from people who are mainly into like book reviews, reading challenges, reading sprints, reading retreat days, and all of that kind of thing. So in terms of like subscribing to them, I wasn't going to be subscribing, mainly because I was only there to watch their reading journal content, and it's not the primary thing they put out. But I effectively, to find as many as I did, just went to YouTube, where we already are, just typed in like reading journal setup, and then sorted by most watched to least watched, and then just like added everything to my watch next queue, and watched a bucket load. And now, because I've watched so many of them, the algorithm's like, oh, I see you like reading journals, so we're going to put a reading journal on your reading journal so you can journal while you read, or like whatever. So I've been watching a lot of them because now they're being recommended to me a lot. That's effectively the best way to find anything on YouTube, is just watch a bucket load of one type of video, and then YouTube will be like, oh, I see you like this. Here, let me recommend so much more. But I'm going to draw the stairs in next because I want to, and I thought it would be nice to have like a little kind of like a balustrade almost on the side here, so that then as we're exploring the spooky house, we don't fall down the stairs, because falling down the stairs isn't my kind of party. There we go. Little balustrade so that we can stay safe out there. And then we're going to draw the stairs in. For the stairs, I'm not making them look super realistic. I'm just doing a kind of like step down from one side, and then it just kind of like merges into the side of the house, and then I'll just go do it for the same thing from the other side. It's cool. It's just to give the illusion of stairs, not actually kind of meet up at any point or anything like that. So, and then maybe when I go and draw, draw in, color in things or anything like that, then maybe I'll kind of do a different color shading or something like that to make it look a little bit more 3D-esque. It's not really what I mean, but there we go. Ta-da! Which I kind of, like, planned this one out a little bit better, and then those 2 pieces were too far away from each other, it's whatever. And then these ones I didn't plan out as well, and they kind of ended up closer to each other, and it's all good. I was thinking, like, if I were to color this in, I could color that in, like, darker, slightly paler again to give that kind of, like, stepwise approach to things, like those pictures you see of people painting trees in the mist, and, like, as the trees get further away, they get a little bit more misty, but I'm also like, this is not supposed to be a realistic rendition, so we're gonna go and erase some line work and hope for the best regarding smudging, because I think that, at least for a chunk of this pen work, I've given it enough time to sit there and think about what it's done, and by that I mean dry, so hopefully we don't get any smudging. That might be too much to ask for, but I also don't want to erase any of my pencil work for things that I haven't gone and put in yet, though, so we're trying to do this carefully. Now, one of the things that I said I possibly wanted to decorate things on my little house with were, like, washi tapes or PET tapes or such, because I just got a little collection from the washi tape shop that are all kind of spooky vibes. And, um, of course, you can use code JASHI10 for 10% off your order. We love savings. We do love savings. But some of these were just so super cute. And I was like, well, maybe some of these I could kind of cut elements off of them and stick them into the house. Are you losing it? This is an A5? Yes, this is an A5. Get out, get out, get out. So we have a look at these because they're cool. They're so gorgeous. I know that I am the target audience for Halloween tape. I am a sucker for Halloween tape. But so with these ones are all kiss cut, so they're little stickers. So I thought I could go and cut some little pieces off of them and use them in different parts of the house, depending on what they are. Like, I could do a little spidey web in a corner or something like that, and I could do the moon in the background with the creepy clouds and stuff. It'd be really cute. If you added a railing to the stairs, it would hide the gaps. That's a good point as well, yeah. We've got a little stone path, which I don't think I could use in the front of mine, but it is very cute. So that's one of them. We'll roll that one back up. The pumpkins in front of the house. Yeah, I made Rachel stick a little pumpkin in front of her house, which I thought looked very cute. And then completely forgot that I did that, and then didn't leave space for it in mine. But it's fine. It's fine. I think the nice part about doing these kind of sticker decorations, though, is that they are repositionable. So if I, stick something down and then decide it doesn't really work, I can just pull it off. It's the nice part because they're all washi tape stickers. Well, these ones are washi tape stickers. So we have, Trick or Treat, October 31st, Spellbook, Cauldron. We've got, like, look at this. Look at this little ghost with this little pumpkin. So cute. Loves it. Spooky hat, spooky ghost. So I was like, we could have, like, a little spooky ghost in it's not a closet, the attic. Come on. There's mushrooms growing out of the walls or something like that. That'd be kind of cute. So I figured that there are little bits and pieces that I can use off of these tapes that I might be able to decorate the house with. Not that I've done all of the line work that I want to do yet, but see, if this photo frame was just a little bit smaller, we could hang that up somewhere as well. But I think it'll look a little bit too large compared to how I've drawn the house. If I was in a B5 or something like that and I'd drawn it quite large, then it would look okay. This guy, this is the little pumpkin face that I made Rachel stick in front of the house because he just looks so, like, he's had it. He's done. He's like, is Halloween over? I want to go to bed. It's cute though. So I've got little raven, we've got the graveyard, little spooky house. We've got a fireplace full of pumpkins, little ghost. So I thought, like, we could put the ghost in the attic and stuff. Skeletons in the closet. That'd be cute. There we go. We need to have a skeleton, but I don't know if we have any. We've got skulls and such, but yeah. So there's a bunch of little pieces that I could use to decorate in and amongst these. In particular, though, I do feel like I really want to have a ghost in the attic. I'm just going to pull this little ghost off and see. Woo, spooky ghost. I know you can't really see it because the focus is going crazy, but there we go. We'll turn the focus back to the journal. Thank you. So I thought it might be kinda cute to have a little ghost in there. Just looking pretty swell. And I'm not too sure about which other ones I would actually use, but I thought that that would be kind of cute. We've got, like, a little cobweb here as well, which I could put down somewhere. Like, if we put a little cobweb, take that one off gently, we could possibly put it in the corner here, and then just cut around the excess. That'd be kinda cute. I'm gonna do that. I'm committing to that. I need to get my craft knife and my tweezers to make sure that it's gonna be okay. Have you got a vintage style tape with skeletons on it? I used to. I don't actually now as I say that, I don't remember if I bought it for me or if I bought it for a friend. So I'm not too sure if I have that one anymore, but here I'm just cutting off the excess that comes outside of the confines of this room specifically. Uh, just so that then it doesn't kind of like encroach on our chimney space because that's not the vibe. And it also means that the line work that we've already got there is nice and uh, punchy. Now, if I stick a raven on the chimney, we're gonna have to try and find a raven that looks like the right size. Otherwise, it'll be like, oh no, there's a giant bird attacking this house. I love how I got my tweezers out and I'm like, nah, we're just gonna use our fangles and hope for the best. But isn't that so cute? I haven't formally stuck down the ghosty yet. He still has time. I think with the raven, rather than using the full raven sticker here, I'm going to cut the raven off of this tombstone and put that up the top. I also love the bats. They're really cute. So let's stick this here. We'll get out our craft knife and we're going to carefully cut the raven off of here. Sorry, friendo. I know you appreciated having feet, but nevermore. It's going to be okay. There we go. Oh, okay. This one goes around the side here too, so I'm going to have to cut down there. Okay, being so super careful. And we'll use the tweezers for this one so that then we can actually get it off my finger. Get off. There we go. It's so cute. Did you get the new Raven A&O for Vogel? I was thinking about it and we talked about it and he's like, nah, you know what? I think I'll like blue better. So he's going to be using, grab it for you, show you. He's going to be using this journal, which has a raven on it, which is a little hard to see, but raven on a branch on this blue linen cover. A blue Joe, indeed, which means that I get to reduce my blue Joe stash, and he gets to have a notebook that is his favorite color. So that's very good. I mean, he does prefer punchier blue, but at least it's still cute. Still cute. Ads, what? Ads because you paused. I was like, wait, what? There are ads in the middle of this? There shouldn't be. Ads because you paused. All good. Let's see. Oh my gosh, it's been like 27 years. Tink. Better. So, I think that it'd be cute to steal some of these bats and put the bats around somewhere as well, but I don't know what I'm doing with my title yet, so we might hold off on that one. But I think having a couple of little decorative elements in here is looking pretty cute. So, you see the size of the ravens that you have in your new house. Oh my gosh, okay. The scale would not be wrong. Giant birds. Ah, I can think of like very few things that would be worse than that. I I'm not like afraid of birds, but I'm not necessarily like a big fan of birds. Like from a distance, yeah, go forth. Do your bird thing. But up close and personal, not really my kind of party. So with this door, I liked the idea of it being a I don't know how you describe it, so I'm just gonna show you. See how it has the different panels in the wood? I thought that that was kind of cute, so I think that we'll try and we'll draw that one. Getting out your basic Bujo, all good. So rather than just going in and freeballing this, which I could do, and stuff everything up and be sad about, we're gonna draw in some nice scaffolding lines for ourselves. So it's just a little bit easier to put the line work where we mean and not where we don't mean. We want a door handle here. And they had a door knocker in the middle. I'm not really sure how to draw that, so I'm just gonna make a really huge door knocker by the looks of things. It's cool. It's fine. There we go. That looks like a door knocker. And then they have the paneling, which I've drawn a little far away from each other, but it's cool. As long as it fits the general vibes. The vibes. I'm also very much, like, contemplating, like, "Oh, do I color this in? Like, what if I color it in and I stuff it up?" Just like we talked about before. One of the ways that you can get around that is literally just, like, photocopy the page so that you have a copy of it, and then you can color that in and see if you like it. It also gives you the opportunity to try out your colors and see if they actually work together and such, and consider which elements you color in which colors and whatever. I am just going to do all of my black line work before I even contemplate. Yeah, they're scary. They sound scary. Scary ass burbs. You're trying to make friends with a raven, but a dove keeps scaring it away. Gosh damn it, dove. Stay in your lane. It's not the right season for doves. I have no idea what the season for doves actually is, though. So this is looking cute. What else do we need to do? I need to put a fire. I need to have a trapdoor. I wanted to have some kind of like a window because I just thought it would be kind of cute. And then we can start trying to put in the individual elements of each room. For the fireplace, we're just going to freeball this. I've got some sketching in here and I'm just kind of hoping that it ends up looking like a fire. That kind of looks fiery. It fits. And then, there you go. Little bits of fire that going up the chimney. Oh, spooky. Spooky fire. Draw a ghost face in the fire. Spooky fire. I was watching Rachel make hers, and she's just like, gosh dang it, why is it that the only fireplace only has pumpkins in it? It doesn't have actual fire in it. Because I could have just taken the fire out of that fireplace. I don't know if you guys saw it before. I'll see if I can find it, but I don't remember which tape exactly it's on, so bear with me. Because there is a fireplace in one of these, not this one. But it's legit just full of pumpkins. So it's like, okay, that doesn't really work. That's not quite what we were aiming for. Okay. Of course it's gonna be the third one. I was gonna say, of course it's the last one I try. But I'm like, of course it's always the last one you try because once you find it, you stop looking. But yeah, there's the fireplace and it's just full of pumpkins. So it's like you couldn't just steal the fire out of this and put it into the fireplace. I love this tape though. I told you, I'm a complete sucker for Halloween tapes. I actually got one out because we know how my reading journal really just plays with what we call the beige bow or the beige rainbow. And I was like, oh, my Halloween tapes are too colorful. But then I found this one, which I don't know if you can see it, but it has little like skulls and ghosts and bones on it, but it's beige still. So I'm like, huzzah! We do have a beige bow tape that's for Halloween. This one isn't actually for sale anymore. It's from one of their older collections, but their new Halloween tapes are very cute. I do technically also have a PT Halloween tape from them, which I haven't really looked at, so we might see if we can steal any elements from that one, but the palette is a little bit more like punchy fall rather than spooky, black, dark, moody type deal. And also, yeah, might be a little too big. Let's see, the middle tape has a pumpkin with fire. Yeah, that big old fire piece here, like the sizing might be just a little bit off. I also think it's interesting that the fire on this is green, which, like, yes, I know you can get green fire, but I think that I'd probably prefer something a little bit more orange. I'm not sure. I think for Rachel's one, I ended up cutting off the flame from one of the candles and just sticking that in the fireplace. I don't know if she kept it there, but I thought it was kind of cute. So that's looking good. We'll put that to the side for now. I do very much want to... Where'd that moon go? What that moon do? It's probably on one of the other tapes because I can't see it right now. I'm tempted to put that up the top somewhere. I just need to decide how I want to do the title for the page first because I don't want to stick it in and then have to pull it up and then try and find a new place for it and then possibly lose its stickiness or anything like that. Like, that's not the business. That's not the vibe. So, some of the things that we also still need to draw in though, we need to draw a vent that goes from the bedroom into the living room because that's technically how you get down to that room in one fell swoop rather than going through the entire of the house. So you can see here that there's a little vent that goes through to this one. So the arrow comes out there, like goes in there, comes out there. On this one, it's a little easier to see though. So you've got the vent that goes down into the living room. So I was thinking like, okay, you could draw an arrow that goes across 2 levels, but that seems a little bit excessive and would probably be a bit of an eyesore. So I'm going to draw the arrow coming out of the vent here. And then I'm going to draw a line across from that to show how wide the vent is going to be. There's the vent. That looks like a good size vent, I think. I will definitely have to fix up that line work though. There we go. Ta-da! And then the vent at the top here, I will have to draw an arrow going kind of like into it, I suppose. And then draw the line work across from that. Again, trying to make sure that I don't smudge everything and ruin my beautiful picture. That is probably roughly the right size. I mean, the vents don't have to be the same size, but there's a tiny one on the third. Yeah, use one of the flames off the pumpkins. Yeah, there is a little one, isn't there? Somewhere in there. I'll have to go and have another snoop. I should probably just leave the tapes unwrapped because I keep on opening and closing them. So there we go. The arrow goes in and it comes out there. It's a little hard to see. This just looks like a little tag sticking out, but it's fine. We know what it means. So other parts that I could probably draw in, because this is the attic, we've got the window that I want and the trapdoor, which is kind of necessary. So we'll put the trapdoor in, which is a very large trapdoor considering it's going to be practically the size of the bed, but again, this does not have to be to scale, and it will not be. I don't even know if this door is big enough for the trapdoor. There we go. Now it's got a lid. Hee hee hee. Cute. So that's cool. Now people can get in and out. I am still tempted to go and color in the arrows in black to make them stand out a bit more. What do you guys reckon? Should we color in the arrows? I feel like I don't even know I can set up a poll from here, but I feel like we need a poll. Alrighty. So the options are yes versus no. Should we color in the arrows? Should the arrows be black? Question mark. Start the poll. All right. Because I feel like while I do like them hollowed out, I think that they look quite cute. I just don't think that they stand out enough, It's a little bit hard to kind of see them against the other elements that we have drawn in here, especially when you get into the space of like the vents and also on this ladder and such. So it just might be a little bit easier to see it. Yeah, color in due to the ladder is really hidden. It is really hidden there. I also just wish I had done a better job on this last rung of the ladder because it looks really fat. Like, I think I'm gonna go fix that ladder. Because that ladder is bothering me. So what I've got for mistake fixes is that anytime I print off, the little covers for books and stuff, which I print on sticker paper, any of the offcuts I just save in here and I use them to do mistake fixes in my journal. So this one being a mistake fix, which is about yay wide, we can just take this little piece of tape, little sticker, and we just stick it over the mistake. Boink. There we go, we'll put that there. and then rip it off. Ta-da! No harm, no foul. See? It's like there was never a mistake there to start with. Try to color it orange, not black. Interesting. You color according to the color palette. Makes sense. Let's see. For the coloring in, we've got 94% of people reckon that it should be colored in black in particular. But just because we didn't have the option before. All right, we're gonna end that poll. We're gonna start up a new one. So with coloring it in, we're just gonna do color ? Black, orange, or varies. And by varies, I effectively mean like it would change based on where in the picture it is. So do you think that we should color it in black, we should color it in orange, or we should just color it in based on where in the picture that part is? Oh, that looks so much better. Now, it looks a little like it's not like perfectly in proportion. These gaps definitely get bigger the further we get into the bathroom, but at least it doesn't look so weird like it did before. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I think it's got a tink. Gotta have a drink. Alrighty, let's see. So, the votes coming in. 56 votes thus far. Black is currently in the lead on 45%. Varies is a strong second, 32%. Orange is currently 23%. The thing with orange is that the rest of my journal is part of the beige bow, apart from the journal covers. So I'm kind of like, oh, do I want to have orange in there kind of thing? And then it'll be like, which type of orange and stuff. But I do like the idea of black because it is kind of punchy. Yeah, I said black, but I would also say wait for the rest of the decor to be done. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, contrasting color would work well for the arrows. I think that, yeah, something that just helps them stand out is mostly the thing that we're looking for. And it might also be the kind of thing that, like, what if I color in the entire of the house and then colored arrows just looks kind of weird? I don't think that's going to be the case, but especially because, like, I don't really feel like coloring in the kind of, like, background of the house. It's kind of, if we flip back and I'll show you kind of what I mean, if I can remember where the, okay, one thing I'm really looking forward to with starting a new journal next year is having my start of journal pages at the start of the journal, because my 2024 stuff is in the middle of the journal, which kind of irks me. But you see, like with this bookshelf, I didn't go color in the background of the bookshelf. The background area is still white. I'm kind of thinking of doing the same thing with this house, like not coloring in the walls of the house. Mainly because I find that anytime I do end up coloring in the background of something, I don't like the way it looks, and it kind of just irks me a little bit. I'm not sure if that would be the case this time around, but I think this ghost has decided that that's just his final resting place, but I'm kind of tempted to, like, reposition him, so let's see if we can pull him up and put him somewhere for safekeeping. Come here, friendo. Come on, buddy. I cut all my nails off the other day, and it's really not paying off. Here we go. You can sit up here for now. Just sit up there and think about what you've done. At least he's hanging off the edge of the journal, so he'll be a lot easier to pick up again. So it does seem that black or varies are our preferences. So I might hold off for now just to see what the kind of rest of the layout shakes out as. And then if black is going to be most suitable, we'll go with black. But at least we kind of have a general decision made on that front. Now, I'm just doing a little bit of erasing to neaten things up a little bit. Cute. I love this so much. Oh my gosh. You know what the best part is going to be? When I don't read any books in October and this entire thing was pointless. Like, it'll probably happen. I'm going to try. I'm going to try, especially because I'll probably just take the easiest route through the house. But what we want to do is go and have a look at what else we can either draw or stick in. I'm almost tempted to try and pull out the stickable elements first, just so that I make sure that I have space for them, because I can draw. I'm going to say I can draw anything. I cannot. Let it be known, I cannot draw anything, but I can draw amongst the different elements that we have. So we're gonna have a look at the the PT one, which I feel like the elements on this are a little bit bigger, so they probably won't really work, and the color palette is a lot more punchy, but this is the PT one. So that's a kind of like plasticky tape that's transparent see-through. So we've got a fallscape, which isn't going to work. We have some text, a tombstone, which is definitely too big to put in our house, a pumpkin house, which could be like the next door neighbor of our house, a candle. Let's get wicked. A tree, which would be kind of cute to have like a tree somewhere, like in the backyard type of a deal. I'm probably not going to stick it in, but I still think it would be cool. We've got another kind of fallscape looking thing, ghosty with a lantern. This one has a much longer repeat because it's just an individual tape rather than a set of three. Houses, all of that kind of thing. Do you want an arrow going into the upper vent? We do have an arrow going into there. It's just like the tail end of the arrow already. October 31st, more Halloweeny thing. This is the one that kind of gets me because it's like spooky vibes, but it's got two S's, so I'm like, the best. Like, the rest of them, totally fine, but this one I'm just like, interesting. And then I feel like we're still not even at the repeat. My arm is getting very far away, but the best sticker is this little ghost latte. I'm like, yes, I've already done a coffee theme this year. I do not need to stick this in, but I think it is so cool. Spooky tree with our Halloween friends, and then we're back to the start, I think. Yeah, that looks like the repeat that we're up to. So I don't necessarily think that these ones are going to be for this layout, but I do think that they are a lot of fun. So we can wrap this one back up and we'll go back to the black, kind of more black paletted ones and see if we can find some elements from that we want to put into the house, just to make sure that we have all of those in before we start drawing stuff. Whee! Let's see. If you do color the background, you could do a light neutral color. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that like if I did color it in, that's what I would do. But I think that especially with these stickers, which have a white ring around them, I guess, if I start coloring the background, I either have to make my peace with the fact that I have this white section around the whatever these things are called. What are these things called? The stickers. Oh my gosh. Either have to make my peace with that, or I have to kind of fussy cut around them and then color them in, if that kind of makes sense. So like for the little cobweb here, I would have to go and fussy cut around each of the individual spines of the web so that I could color in the background and make it look like it was more seamless, which I feel like might be a little bit more effort than it's worth. Okay, so having a look at this tape, which goes from here to this bat, like that's the full repeat. I don't think I want to use the bat because it's a little bit big. We've got a house in the background, which we don't really need. I like the picture, but I don't think it fits anywhere because it's just too large. It'd be kind of cute to cut the middle of it out though and put it in as a picture that's a little bit smaller. So like possibly we could use it. Don't show the spiders. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to show the spiders. But just know they can't hurt you because they're not real. But they are present in some of these tapes. I do like these little bats. I think that the bats are cute. So like maybe we could have bats roaming around somewhere, but I'm not doing anything outside. I'm just trying to focus on the inside first. Let's see. The bat in the attic would be kind of cute. Possibly not a bat quite that big, but if we can find a smaller bat that isn't like as small as this, then that would be kind of cool. The skull's too big. The tombstone is quite cute, but I think that, again, I'm trying not to focus on outside, and I keep on trying to find outside elements. We don't need this one. I think that the stack of books is kind of cute, and I could possibly stick that in the library. Words, candle. That book is too big. These candles are kind of cute, and I could possibly put them somewhere. And then the cauldron is a little too big. So we'll put that one to the side because we haven't found anything that's like immediately like, ooh, I need to put that in right now. Let's see. Nobel writer put the bats in. Let's see. Question. How can you add a Dutch door to a deckled journal? Would it look odd to have clean Dutch doors? I mean, when the journal is closed, it won't be noticeable anyway, if you've cut away from the side of the page, right? Um, or even away from the top, because when the journal's closed, you won't be able to see it, it won't really matter. If it does bother you that the edges of the journal are still kind of ripped, what you can do is effectively take your notebook and take a ruler, line the ruler up with where you want to rip the edge, and then holding it very tight in place, just rip the journal page off because it's still straight, but it's not like perfectly crisp. You end up with a kind of like slightly ripped or torn edge there. So that could be something that you do. Um, good thinking. Good thought about, how will I do that next year, because I'm using a deckled edge journal next year. And I did end up going and shaving it down a little bit so that then it was just a little bit smoother, but it is still uneven. I don't tend to use a lot of uh, Dutch doors in my reading journal, but I do use a couple, so it's good to note how I'm gonna tackle that. Now, having a look at the next tape and seeing if there are any elements that I want to steal off that. So just to remind myself, on the first one, we had that picture frame, which I thought I could cut down and maybe like hang in the bedroom. We had a couple of little bits and pieces that had books on them. So I think like I could try and use that in the library, but I think that was possibly the main stuff that was for inside the house because everything else was kind of for outside. Uh, on this one, we've got a couple little pumpkins, which possibly would be kind of cute to like decorate spaces in the house. That'd be kind of nice. We do have bats on this one, and the bats could be in the attic there, so that would be something that we could use. I think that I would actually kind of like to put them in. That'd be quite cute. I'm going to erase some of the pencil lines up here so I can see where I would stick those in properly. Because I don't need the window. I thought the window would be kind of cute, but I don't think I need it. Especially if it's going to limit my ability to stick cute stickers on the page. Get out of here, eraser fluff. Because I could put the little bats in. And I could also put the little ghost. Like if the little ghost was kind of coming out of the trapdoor, almost. Like, ooh, so spooky. That looks pretty sweet. And then we could also have some little bats that are just flying around in the top of the attic. All right, we're gonna do that because they're kind of sketchy looking. They're not like perfect bats, which I kind of appreciate. We're gonna cut off the tip of this one just so that then I can get it away from the other part of the sticker. And it also doesn't need to be perfect because it is a little bit more sketchy. There we go. Need my tweezers because I'm making a mess. Spiderweb in the attic would make sense too. Yeah, for sure. We could also do that one. So, do some little bats. I'm going to stick this down by the corner and then have a look at this spiderweb that you've pointed out because having that like at the top would be kind of cute, I think. I put that kind of at the top here so that it's kind of in line with the edging. And then I could draw a little spider on the end of it. That'd be kind of cute. Ta-da! We're just going to trim back the parts that are outside of the line work. The parts that kind of cover over the black lines we've already put in, just so then they don't look grey, because that's not the business. I will say that when the washi tape shop like does their kind of advertising promos, whatever and such, they usually get people to make journal pages, like whoever's on their promo team or whatever. They make journal pages by fussy cutting out elements on their sticker tapes and all of this kind of stuff, and then like layering bits and pieces together from different packs and whatever. And it always looks so damn gorgeous. And I'm like, oh my god, I could not spend the time, effort, and energy to do that. Yet here I am. Of course, mine's not going to look quite as decorative as theirs ends up looking, but at least it's something. I feel like I'm doing an okay job. I know that I've said it like 3 times that I wanted to use this one, so I'm going to put it in the corner here, and I'm just going to commit to having the header over here so that I can put this guy here. Yay! teeth. It's so cute. The bats, I'm not sure if I want to place them here or if I want to place them like slightly closer or further away. I feel like I want to have a little corner of boxes or something like that. I could also even do like a little corner of pumpkins almost. But if we go and have a look at the picture, they've got like a little stash of boxes in the corner because it's kind of, it's the attic, it's for storage and such. So I was thinking I could do something like that in the corner and then have the bats kind of flying out from behind the boxes or something. So if that were the case, then I'd probably want the bats to be a little higher up, like here ish, and then just have some boxes in the corner or something like that. We'll just cut off the edge of this one so that it doesn't encroach on the line work that we've already put on the page. And we also need to make sure that we trim that part off so that I can draw the spider attached to it. Hee 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 hee. Spider. But it's going to be like a dot with legs. It's not really going to be much of a spider. Like, that's probably the extent of it. I think that looks fine. It's only got 4 legs. Here we go. It's got 6 legs. It's not even a spider. It's a lie, but it looks kind of cute. Dangling spider in the chimney or down the side of the ladder. That'd be kind of cute. This one is a very large spider, though, because I feel like if there was a spider this big in my house, I would not handle the jandal well. Like, at all. That spider's as big as a bird. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Eight-Legged Freaks, but it feels like it would be that kind of movie vibes. Tink. I'm not necessarily opposed, but I think that if I'm going to do something in the chimney, I'll probably end up drawing it in myself. I also like the fall leaves. Like, they're still kind of too big. Like, this fall leaf is as big as the fire, but it'd be kind of cute to possibly have that in there. Like, hang up some bunting in the theater. I need to figure out what we're doing in the theater as well. So, rolling down, scrolling down. I don't think there's anything else in particular that I want to use on this one. Oh, look, it's that raven again. What'd that bird do? Same bird. Or it looks like the same bird. But we'll put that one to the side for now. I'm not going to roll it up because I keep unrolling them anyways, so they might as well just stay unrolled. It could be an Australian spider. It could be an Australian spider. The house would be the spiders. I'm like, yes, this is yours now. I am leaving. I am done here now. But tiny little pieces of sticker shrapnel that are stuck to my fangles. No, thank you. I will say, okay, the tape we're going to look at now, it has a spider. But remember, the spider is not real and it cannot get you. So we've got candles, some shroomies, a giant spider compared to the house. That would be too much. We've got another bat, which is quite cute. A broom, which is very large. We would sweep the entire house in one fell swoop. We've got another ghost, but he doesn't really look the same as this ghost. So I'm like, maybe he could go somewhere else. He could go like in a stairwell or something like that. That'd be kind of cute. Ghost in a stairwell. We do technically have other ghosts that are smaller, but I think I like this one. I'm going to see about putting him maybe like in here or something. He could be coming out of the wall. He's coming out of the goddamn walls. Yes, I'm going to keep saying that reference over and over again. But he's like, he looks like he's falling down the stairs, guys. Oh no! I think that he'd be a little bit too wide for the chimney though, because the chimney's only 2 dot grid spaces and the stairwell is 3, and he only just fits into the stairwell. But yeah, this is how he died. Now he haunts the stairwell. Oh, I love it. He literally just looks like he's falling. I am too amused. So here we go. We'll put this cheeky boy in the stairwell so that then he can relive his notable trauma. He's just a little clumsy. Casper the clumsy ghost. What a sweetheart. And then I think the rest of this stuff is probably, yeah, just too big to put in with this kind of stuff. We could possibly try and trim out this little stash of pumpkins and put them into a room somewhere. That'd be kind of cute. All right, I'm going to try and cut that out, but because it is a little bit trickier, I'm going to get a cutting knife because there is a very high chance that I end up accidentally knifing my journal. And I don't really want to knife my journal. That's not what I came out to do today. So for this one, I'm just going to pull this one up to start with because we don't need all of this. All of this. Get out. Thank you, friend. You can just stay up there and hold this in place for me. Done. And then we're going to just trim around this corner very messily to start with so that I can kind of see what I'm working with. And I'm going to get very, very close to my journal here. So if you can see my head, I apologize. I also apologize for forgetting to turn the autofocus off. Okay, we're down here. We're trying to work. It's going to look a little bit strange and it's going to be okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. Those people in the washi tape shop videos, they're just like, oh, look at how easy it is. Like, it's not easy. Janet, it takes like 27 years. But it's okay. We're making progress. And it's all right because it's like, it's so small that even if I end up doing kind of a messy job of it, it'll end up blending. It's all good. I'll pull that one off and take off the extra little piece that we have just cut out. Gently and carefully. Where are we putting it? Near the front door? That'd be kind of cute. So we'll just unstick that, put that away. It might be the kind of thing that I need to do some neatening up with it, but little stack of pumpkins sitting here-ish would be pretty cute. And then we're going to go and cut around the outside of this to make it blend a little bit nicer. Who left all of this stuff at my front door? So rude. This is why the house is haunted. People keep leaving things on my lawn. There we go. Take off that little bit there so that we still have the black line work that we can see underneath that. And we'll also cut out around this little pumpkin, which I'll probably have to redraw the stem on for, but it's cool. We can do that. That's not too hard. Yeah. There we go. Little pumpkin stack. little decoration. It's pretty cute. I think that compared to the door, these are like micro pumpkins. And I'm just going to draw a little pumpkin stem. So now I can't move this sticker because I have committed to having that pumpkin stem there. That looks pretty cute though. Or at least I think it looks pretty cute. We will gently remove that from the journal. Now, I don't think there was anything else in particular from this one that I really wanted to move over. So we are going to put that tape to the side and then go and commit to the first tape because we kind of said like, oh yeah, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. But after I've done stuff, you had to go get a chocolate donut from the bakery. Yeah, listen to the live while driving. Yeah, it was quite fun. I have YouTube Premium, so I sometimes forget that things keep playing when I close the tab, and it's just like, oh, you're still going. Whoops. I'm gonna put this little picture in the bedroom, but rather than sticking it down and cutting it out with a craft knife, I think I'll try and cut around it first. So just cutting around our little kind of witchy looking person. I'm very tempted just to make it a square because it would just be easier for me, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. I just need a frame that's a little bit smaller than the one that I've got here. And I keep trying to remind myself, like, it's okay if it's not perfect because it's a spooky house and things should be a little bit strange. There we go. Nice and small. So then I can put it into the layout and have it look a little bit more to scale, I suppose. There we go. There's a little picture. And we will draw a little frame around it just with my Tomo. And then we will be able to have a little kind of hanging string or something like that. There we go. That looks cute. Just border it with another similar size ring that's kind of like equal distant away wherever possible. There we go. Beautiful large picture hanging up in the bedroom. Looks good, because I think that was in the reference picture, right? Okay, I think it was actually some kind of a mirror that was broken, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's all good. We'll draw the bed in, because beds are nice and easy to draw. You effectively just start with the headboard that is a little bit taller than the baseboard, which are 2 little blocks. And then to draw in the pillow, you just draw a little oval, like so. And then to draw on the bedspread, you just draw a box that kind of connects the two of them. I'm going to make my bedspread hang down a little bit. There we go. Gorge. It's just a bunch of boxes all joined together. There we go. And we could make it look like a quilt or something by putting in some dots that are like representing stitched lines. But usually I would just color it in. It doesn't really matter. But we don't know what we're doing with color in this one, so I figured I'd just go put the dots in. There we go. Nice little quilted bedspread. Looking so cute. Oh my goy. Oh my goy. So the bed's looking cute. That's the only thing a bedroom needs, right? A bed. It's the bedroom. But now I need to figure out what the heck I'm going to do in every other room. I have no idea how to draw a theater. But on the picture, it's got just like the curtains and then the back of a couch or something like that. I'm like, okay, well, I could draw a couch and a television or something like that. But I don't really think I need to draw curtains in it, do I? Let's do some sketching, because I'm not opposed to doing curtains. This just doesn't seem like what would be realistic for a house, but I suppose it is a spooky house. So we've got some curtains hanging down from the top, and then they kind of go off to the side a little bit. And then there's like another one hanging down as well. Lots of stuff hanging down. And then the curtains hang down the side a little bit. This feels like a lot. And then the couch. And then the screen. Do I want to do it quite that elaborately? I feel like if I do that level of elaborateness for what is effectively the TV room, I have to do a similar level of elaborateness to make everything else fit in. And it doesn't really fit with what I've got in other spaces of the house, so that might be a little bit silly. I mean, like, I could do it, but I don't think I want to, because I think it'll just look a little bit strange, because I don't necessarily have everything filling in another room. Does that kind of make sense? Like, this, like, effectively has a bed and a picture, and like that's it. And my library is gonna have a bookshelf or something like that. And my bathroom will have a bathtub. And I think that that'll probably be like sufficient. So in the interest of not overcomplicating things for myself, I might just draw the back of a couch and a TV or something similar. That might work, I think. You're surprised I didn't just paste it in. Yeah, because, like, as we talked about, my journal is very beige, and this is very not beige, so I could either go in and, like, try and recolor the whole thing so that I could stick it into my journal and make it kind of look the part, or I could just draw it in. And having drawn in as much as I have now, I'm like, it's not looking very beige yet. It's looking a lot more black and white and a little bit of orange, but at least it's not quite as in your face, I guess. Next year, what I'm planning on doing is that, based on whatever reading challenge I do for the month, I'm going to theme my journal setup around that. That's kind of what I'm thinking would possibly go with. Which means a lot less recoloring and stuff, and it means that I can change things up and all of that in my journal, which will be kind of nice. But I haven't made any formal decisions yet. I also feel like we need something at the top of the stairs here, which might be a sticker. I could possibly stick the candle in. Just like reach across and grab the candles. Let's see, will the candles work here or will they look silly? Do we think the candles work there? Like at the top of the stairs? I mean, they're very large candles, but I think that they kind of work. I don't think I have any like wall hanging candles in my stickers. I think I've only got ones that are on like a candle holder with the finger loop, and that's not what you have on the walls. At least there's not what I have on my walls. Not that I have candle holders on my walls. Like, but I'm thinking that that would be kind of cute. Even if I just do the smaller one, but I do like the bigger one, so I'm gonna put these here. I think that they look okay, and I think that they fill in that space nicely because we've got the ghost in the other stairwell, so like that looks pretty cute. I don't think everything needs to be on scale all the time. Yeah, I know. I mean, I certainly don't have everything to scale in here at all, unless this ghost is like a monster ghost. But let's see. For this one, I think I'm just going to do the back of a couch. I should have made this room smaller. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Back of a couch. Which is again just like some boxes that are sat next to each other. There we go. Back of the couch. And a TV on the wall. Which I'm going to try and make roughly symmetrical. And then maybe I can draw in like a tall skinny bookshelf or something that has their movie collection. So that then they have all of their DVDs to watch or something like that. This is notably going to need to be made to a better scale, but I think that kind of works. Let's see. Maybe like a Tim Burton movie. Oh no. Stop motion animated. Oh, I hope that the lag settles up then. Let's say you could put the sofa and a table behind the couch and then add a candle with the hot candle holder. That'd be kind of cute. The candle holder we have though, I know we just said it doesn't need to be scale, is literally bigger than the couch though. It's quite large. So unless I can find another one that's smaller that's like lurking around somewhere, like I could possibly do that. I'm going to draw in our little couch here. And the couch is like practically the same height as the bed, so that makes sense. Does not make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Alrighty, we're going to move this one out of the way so that I can do my line work. I am the type of person to just get like just a little bit prissy about things in my journal. If you haven't noticed, if this is your first time here, oh my gosh, welcome. Yes, I am a little bit prissy about this kind of stuff. I think I'm just going to do a smooth backed couch with a dip in the middle of it, like smooth-ish. So it's kind of like a love seat. And then we'll do the telly on here. I'm wondering if we can find a picture in one of the stickers to stick on the TV. This is a very wide TV. Whoops. This is ultra widescreen television, but again, everything in the house can be a little bit off because it can be kind of spooky. I'm wondering if I can find something in the stickers that I could like put into the TV so that then it's like they're watching a scary movie or something like that. Do you like scary movies? What do we have? We'll do something like that. There we go. We'll do this one here. And we'll stick it over the top so that then the second ghost is visible. So put that to the side. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It is a theater room. And the theater has wide screens, right? That makes sense. Okay, so we're going to put it so that then this guy is in frame. I feel like I want his friend in frame as well. There you go. Just the top of his friend's head. and that one will be roughly that tall. I'm just going to fold the sticker back so I can kind of see a rough cut line for myself, because it's a little bit hard on this one to see through it because it is a black sticker, or like primarily black. Okay, we'll trim the top of that off carefully, hoping that I've got it roughly in line with where I put the frame for the television. Rip. That looks pretty cute. And then cut down the sides as well. Need to fold the sides over so I can see where them sides at. Where them sides at. This is the kind of thing that like I can just redraw in the frame of the television as well if I want to make it fit the sticker. But come on, palette knife. We do need to cut things. It's not a palette knife. Do not be fooled. That's right. Stay vigilant out there. Jess is spouting out false information. Oh my gosh. There we go. That's the fold. That's where we're cutting. Looks pretty good. There we go. Spooky TV. Spooky TV with spooky movie in a spooky house. And just for the sake of making it so that it actually looks like I drew something in here, I'm going to go around the outside again and just redo the frame of that television. Perfection. We loves it. I really sincerely hope that I didn't end up with any bleed through there, because if you like score the page with your knife, no, we're okay. You can end up kind of exposing the paper fibers a little more than they're supposed to be exposed, and then end up with a little bit of bleed through, which is not usually the ideal outcome. But we're gonna draw in a little shelf here where they can put all of their spooky movies. I would love to know, what is your favorite spooky season movie? Right, it doesn't actually have to be a scary movie, but what would be your personal favorite? I do enjoy the Scream series. Some of them are better than others, but I enjoy those. I also, it's the kind of thing that like I enjoy horror, but I'm not very good at watching horror. To be honest, I often watch horror from behind my hands, like in front of my face. Let's see, Hocus Pocus, Nightmare Before Christmas, Beetlejuice. I haven't seen Beetlejuice, and like with the new one that's out, I'm just like, oh gosh, I really need to watch it. Watch the first one so then I can watch the second one type deal. But drawing our little shelf here, looking pretty cute. We love it. We love it. We love it. Then I'll go draw some little DVDs on it or something like that. The Shining. I haven't seen that one either. Practical Magic is good. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Haven't seen that one. The Omen. Oh, I haven't. I think I've seen the trailer for that one. Harry Potter. Sleepy Hollow. Is Sleepy Hollow a movie? I thought Sleepy Hollow was a TV show. Like, it doesn't matter. It's okay if it's either one. I mean, it technically could be both. I thought it was a TV show, though. Maybe I am talking schmack. There we go. Normally, if I do a bookshelf, I'm usually a little bit more careful about making things the same height, but this time it's small because of the scaling, so it's fine if it doesn't look perfect. I can do some on the side. Looking so snazzy. Gorgeous. What else do we have? Yeah, Hocus Pocus seems to be like a crowd favorite. The Crow, Vogel just watched that one. Like the old The Crow, not, I don't know, is the new one called The Crow as well? Je ne sais pas. Let's see. Okay, Sleepy Hollow is a movie with Johnny Depp. Cool. I think it must also be a TV show then, because like as I was saying it, I'm like, I swear to God, I've seen the cover for that, but I don't remember what it actually is, and yada yada yada. So that's cool. Righty. It is a TV show, and it's a TV show and a movie, is what I'm trying to say. Badly. Here we go. Little shelves, little shelves. And then we're gonna draw, like, a similar type thing in the library, but more book-esque than just movies. There we go. Movies. Tee-hee-hee. So cute. What else do we have? Lake Placid. Okay, Lake Placid is one that I have wanted to see for many moons and haven't seen. Other ones are like, uh, It Follows. I wanna see that. I also wanna see, What Lies Beneath, because that was one that my friend used to talk about when we were in, like, middle school, high school, or whatever, and I still haven't seen that one. Tink. Clue and Beetlejuice, an annual, Halloween viewing. I love that. Like, Placid movies with Betty White. Ah, Betty White. Let's see, Halloween Town. I think I've heard of Halloween Town, but I don't actually know what it is. Um, Evil Dead 2 or Ash versus the Evil Dead. Yeah. I haven't seen either of those either. See, this is the thing. I'm not very good at actually watching the horror movies. I just enjoy watching the trailers and then being like, "Oh, I should watch that," and then, like, not watching it. Black Swan. Yeah, Black Swan was a good movie. So, let's see. We've done the bedroom. We've done the theater. Oh, so cute. I feel like I need labels on the rooms, but I don't wanna write on them because they're too cute. But we could possibly look into that in a bit. For the bathtub, we're just gonna draw a wee sweeping curve, and then make a little lip on the bathtub. That looks reasonable. And then curve it down, and curve it up. Because the thing about, like, drawing things at this scale, when they're as small as they are, as long as it gives the general idea of what it's supposed to look like, it's fine. Like, that looks like a bathtub. Is it perfect? No. Does it matter? Also, no. I want another ghost in there for no reason. Maybe I shouldn't put a ghost in, but I want a ghost. Let's see. Do I have any other ghosts that would look reasonable to be in there? Ones that are easy to cut out, because I've already got 2 here. Like, I just feel like there should be something in there to, I don't know, spooky vibes. Let's see. I don't think there's anything on this one that's kind of small enough. Because the candles are all too big, and isn't actually, no, the candles aren't too big. My house is too small. That's what it is. So those ones are probably a no. Ghost in the bathtub. Skeleton in the tub would be pretty cute. If I can't find a skeleton, I will draw a skeleton. Let's see. I know that there's supposed to be a prompt for the. I think the prompt for the bedroom is about a black cat. So it's like, yeah, when you enter the bedroom, you pause to pet your black cat for comfort. Then you remember you don't own a black cat. It was so funny because um Rachel was talking about this one, and it's like, you enter the bedroom to pause your black cat for comfort, and then she's like, I don't have a cat, kind of a thing, and then Monica's like, finish the prompt. like like, how does this relate to anything? It's like, you need to actually read the rest of the sentence. It's like, good job, good job. Skeleton washing their bones. Nice. Alrighty. I am going to pencil this in first because otherwise this is going to be a colossal mess. Where is my pencil? Right here. It's literally right here. Okay. So skeleton, and we need to have them with their creepy little finger bones, and then their little rib cage. I know that this doesn't probably look like much of a sketch, but trust me, I've got this. We're gonna zoom in so you can see how badly this goes. Yep, just got nice and dark and spooky for us. And every time I bump the camera, it's like, which I apologize for. So this is Jess's attempt. We're gonna try. So we're gonna need a skull here. we go. And I want them to have a creepy little hand. They're just like little finger wave. I really should be using a smaller pen than this. I might actually change the pen. I'm gonna change the pen so that then it makes more sense. Okay, we're gonna want maybe an O2 or something. And then we're gonna need a little knee bone here. Their little leg. Then technically they need more than just those bones, but it's cool. There's their little knee. And then there's a little hand. Cool. Very large hand. It's cool. It'll just blend. It's all good. And then their ribs. They're just sitting in the bath. There we go. So hopefully you can kind of see my vision for this. Like, should have a little shower cap on. All right, we'll see if we can draw a little shower cap. There we go. It's a black shower cap because I already obviously drew the top of the skull in. And needs a little duck. Alrighty, we need a little duck. Is the little duck. It looks great. And now I need to color that in bright bloody yellow so that then it just completely like goes against everything else that's in here. I think it looks awesome. Needs a blow dryer hanging in the tub. Oh gosh. Oh no. Yeah, okay. We'll just draw a little. There we go. Just hanging out of the tub there. This is how he died. There we go. There's the the blowing end, and then we'll just draw the little cable end coming out the other side over here. There we go. There's the power socket. Ah, I obviously picked some fluff up on my pen because now it's like drawing bigger lines than it's meant to. There we go. The best part is this is also bloody small that it's like you can barely see the details, but I think yeah, he died doing what he loved. What a cutie. There we go. Now we need to wait 27 years for that to dry. If you like this skeleton, make sure to like the video. But this is cute. We're going to zoom back out again if I can not give you guys, I don't know, whiplash. Whoa! There we go. We're cute. Much better. So there's our little skeleton sitting in a tub, looking very sweet, having a great time. Having a good time, having a good time. This is looking very sweet. We need a library. And for the library, we are going to put bookshelves because that seems to be the vibe. Me had it on mute. It's like, is she drawing what she thinks she's drawing? Yeah, no. I mean, he's having a great time in the bath. Good for you, friendo. So for the bookshelves, I'm probably just gonna. I could just draw one big shelf, just makes it kind of easy. And then maybe like a little table or something like that in the front. That'd be kind of cute. I feel like there should be something in the library other than just a bookshelf. But then the table would also be kind of what's. No, because the sounds room. Okay. I know that I'm going on a train of thought and I haven't taken you with me. So let me explain. Obviously, in this picture, it's very kind of like a cozy chair and a bookshelf and a plant and all this. I'm like, no, this is a spooky house. All right. Spooky houses don't get plants unless the plants are dead or trying to eat you, like triffids or something. I don't know. So I was thinking, like, oh, I'll just put a little table in. And I'm like, no, but there's supposed to be a table in the seance room. But the table I'd have in the library would look different to the seance room table because the seance room table is going to have a tablecloth. I was like, skirt. It has a skirt. So I'm thinking that for the seance room, we'll have a table with a skirt, aka tablecloth, and then in the library, we will have just a little table or something in there because I think that'll look kind of cute. I know that I said that I was going to put in a particular little stack of books that was on one of the stickers in there as well, and the stack of books I was thinking about, if we just gently pull this up, was this one here that's on top of the little fireplace, but can I be bothered cutting that out? Possibly not. So I might just leave that one. That's okay. Yeah. A Venus flytrap. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be like a murderous plant. Library lamp next to the chair, maybe. Possibly. It could do. Because if I do like the idea of having it be a little reading space. Let's see. I can probably draw a chair in. Do kind of like a high backed chair. I feel like I want the chair to go this way. That's a chair. That's a leg. And then a little like arm resty thing. And then we could do a bookshelf on the corner. I feel like the corner should be not that, but it's fine. With the shelves. Those shelves. And then it could be like a little footrest or something. That'd be kind of cute. Let's see. Because I feel like it does need to have some kind of lighting in there, doesn't it? So maybe... Do I mind explaining what this drawing is for? Like, it's just for vibes? No. This one is for a reading challenge, for anybody who missed it, which is called Escape the Haunted House, which is one of the possible iterations of the TBR Harvest, which is like the actual reading challenge. So TBR Harvest, hosted by Leandra of the TBR Zero. And she has 3 separate challenges, or like 3 separate styles that you can pick. One of them is a haunted house, one of them is a corn maze, and one of them is like a picture find. I don't know what a picture find is called. It has an official name. I just don't remember what it is. But we are doing the Escape the Haunted House, so we're currently drawing the haunted house. I'm thinking, yeah, we've got a little chair. That was kind of cute. And then we've got the shelf. And then we could have some kind of like spooky plant in there as well behind the chair or something. But it has to be a spooky plant. It can't just be a regular plant. I don't know how to draw a spooky plant though. We'll draw a little plant on top of the bookshelf and it can kind of just be like, oh, vines and stuff or whatever. That would be kind of cute. So now as we've drawn our general sketch that you absolutely cannot see because of pencil, we're going to zoom in and we're going to attempt to draw this next to our skeleton friend. There we go. So, getting in with the chair first. So the chair back can be like kind of curved. And then go there. That looks right. And then little chair feet. That looks cute. And then we'll have a little, whatever this thing's called, footrest. Which also can just have little feet, but it can have like little log feet, because why not? And that looks pretty cute. So that it looks cushioned. Gorge. And now we're going to need to go and neaten everything up. Like wall sconce. Is that like the light that's on a... I feel like I'm literally gonna Google it because otherwise I'll be like, what? Did I make my keyboard accessible? No. Sconce. Aha, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm thinking that we maybe have one of those behind the... I don't know, next to the plant kind of area here or something like that. So, yeah, like a wall torch, exactly. There we go. Gotta dumb it down for me a little bit here. Sconce. What is a sconce? No, it's okay. I know what a sconce is. So we're gonna have the spooky plant, which is only spooky because we didn't water it and now it's dead. The story of my life. And we're also going to draw in the sides of the bookshelf using this pen because it's just a little bit thicker. That looks kind of cute. We love that for us. And that should probably come down to the floor as well so that it doesn't look weird. Can I draw a wall sconce? I'm going to try. Where did my pen go? So, a little spooky doll on the reading shelf. That would be kind of spooky. So we're going to try and draw in the shelves first so that I can see how much space I have. We're going to make these shelves go down to the floor. We're going to do like 3 bigger shelves, I think. One. I do that. And that. And there we go. Just giving myself some little dots to kind of guide me so that I can see roughly where my shelves are going to go, just to make it a little easier. Because if I draw shelves that are just a little bit bigger, it means that I'm going to be able to draw stuff on said shelves a little bit easier. Because like with a DVD shelf, it's just like, no, this is for DVDs, go away. But for our bookshelf, we can have a bit more space so that we can draw stuff on them. So, what kind of stuff should we have on our bookshelves? I feel like the creepy doll is a good one, and I think that the creepy doll has to sit down in the corner here. I don't want to look up creepy dolls because I don't want to see them, but I also feel like I need to see a reference picture. I'm just gonna look up doll because I feel like it'll be safer. And if I can spell doll, I wrote dool, but that's kind of close. Alrighty. Sitting doll. Because yeah, I don't want to look up creepy dolls and then have like my nightmares haunted. We're gonna draw the basicest version of a creepy doll and a sitting doll. Okay, so she needs to have little shoes and then her little dress. There's a little dress. She needs her creepy little arms, which we're just gonna do as little. And then her creepy little doll face. She is looking very rotund. Good for her. She is obviously a well-fed little doll, which makes me worry for the survival of our people in this house. It's a creepy little doll with her creepy little hair. There we go. She's just watching, lurking in the shadows. Like, porcelain describes the face. There we go. Yeah, creepy. Let's see. Draw a doll and put stitches over the eyes. Yeah, just like little X's kind of a thing. Except for the fact that this doll is very small, so there's no way that I'm gonna, show up. Maybe that's how the ghostie died. Yeah, this ghostie is trying to escape because of the creepy doll, because he ain't got time for that. We're gonna draw a little. There we go. Creepy plant. Because it's a creeping plant. Oh dear. And we'll draw it so it kind of comes over here as well. There we go. So it may be dead, but it also follows. So there we go. Ha ha ha. What else did we say we needed? So the black cat, I feel like the black cat kind of like needs to be in the bedroom because it's part of the prompt. So I feel like maybe we need to draw a black cat like underneath the bed or something like that. So we just draw like a. Which looks more like a bear, but it doesn't matter because it's just lurking. There we go. Now it has whiskers. It looks slightly more cat-like. There we go. So let's see. Yeah, anything that's not Chucky. I know, right? I don't want that. Don't want that. So we've got the doll. Love it. What else do we need? Well, I mean, it's the library, so we should probably have some books. Right. So we'll draw some books next to the creepy doll. There we go. And we'll draw some books on this level as well, because again, this is the library. And it would be poor form to not have some books in here at least. And we're going to draw this one to the side. There we go. There's some books. Looking booktacular. Little potion bottles, a little skull. Yeah, the skeleton's friendo that got left behind. Let's see. There's a little skull. It's all messy, but it's kind of cute. And then some little potion bottles. It sounds like a cute addition. I feel like we're gonna need to put some of those in the kitchen as well. There we go. And another book for good measure. There we go. That looks pretty cute. Those little stoppers. tiny shelf, because like again, this is very, very small, so we're not really going to see a lot of this detail, but it's quite cute. Yeah, the arrows need to be colored into pop for sure. We probably will end up coloring them in. So let's see. We need to put in this wall sconce business. I'm not too sure what kind of a wall sconce I want, but I feel like it needs to be like a old timey one. Like, and I was thinking one of those ones that kind of like comes out and has like the two candles. Can I draw this? No. So we're gonna pencil this in first before I completely ruin my life. So it's kind of like a teardroppy kind of shape that's upside down, and then it kind of like comes out like a mustache, and then has the candles. So we'll do that. That looks about right. Because again, it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be the vibes. Uh, because we're drawing this as small as we are. Go. Well, candles. Candles. And then the little wax drip trays. This is looking more like female anatomy than I care to admit, but it is fine because we know what it's supposed to be. There we go. Done. Ta-da! Now we just need to wait for it to dry because we do not want to smudge it. We don't want to smudge it when we try to erase the pencil marks. That's looking pretty cute. Alrighty, is TBR Harvest another read font? Yes, it definitely is. I'm gonna tink, but I don't know. There we go, tink. I don't want to like hit you in the face with my cola can. That would be rude. Mm-mm-mm. That's looking pretty sweet. So we'll zoom out again to have a look at the goods. Shake, 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 shake. Which way is out? This way is out. So you can see that like it ends up being quite small compared to the rest of the page. Our little room there looking very, 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 very swell. Very swell. Now we need to go and think about the seance room. Why does this house have a seance room? Because it's a spooky house. But like, why does it have a seance room? There we go. We're going to use my hand as blotting paper and hope for the best. Yep, that looks great. So, go and smudge all of our line work now. Ah, great success. We didn't make a complete mess of things, which is always nice. It's always good when that's the case. Now, I did say I wanted to put some boxes in the top area, which is very, very approachable. So I'm going to go and do some boxes. So just like a stack of boxes here. The idea being like they're all stacked on top of one another and behind one another and all of this kind of thing. And because this is the attic and this is where we store stuff. There we go. Put a box back here. And then the boxes can all just be like in the back. Because I could draw them like actually properly stacked on top of one another, but I don't care to. I'm being a little bit lazy. I figure that once we've drawn the boxes in, then I can kind of go and put in a little bit of detail work. It doesn't need to be major, just a little bit. So that then it looks the part. There we go. So that's the top of all the boxes, and now we can just draw some lines down. Yeah, old suitcases would be kind of cute to have up in here as well, wouldn't it be? Go. Because I figure we can put in some kind of like detail that makes it look like the boxes have been kind of like taped together and stuff. If that makes sense. Like taped closed. And that one we'll just do with the O2 because it's a nice fine point pen. It's a small wall hanging over a Ouija board. That'd be kind of cute. It would be the kind of thing that like I wish I would have just like a sticker of that because it would just make it so much easier. But there we go. So tape line. There we go. They're all taped up, looking pretty cute. And then they've got freaking bats So cute. So, old suitcases. How does one even? This is supposed to be like a hole in the wall, and I wish I hadn't have not ruled through here. So what we're going to do is we're going to, haha, the oldest trick in the book, stick something over it, just to make it so that then I have that gap there, which is nice and easy. Just stick a little bit of white sticker paper over the top of that to hide the shame of our mistake. There is no shame. It is just happy little accidents. But we are going to draw the arrow back in because that is the escape space or crawl space or whatever. And then just draw in the line work that we've now covered up. I'm also going to do just a little bit of this line coming down so that we can see that, like, there was a gap here. There's a gap. There we go. That looks kind of cute. And now it looks like you can actually escape properly rather than before where you couldn't really escape because there was a wall in the way. I think in the picture they actually have like a black section of wall that has broken brickwork, but I'm not going to draw that in. That looks pretty cute. Now we don't want to spend too much time in the attic because that's literally the place we're trying to escape from. So we're going to go and work on this seance room. Now, the seance room in the picture effectively has the table with a glass bowl and then cards that are floating around. I think I'll skip the cards, but I think that the table with the table skirt, aka tablecloth, is a good idea. So we'll put that one in, and then we'll put the crystal ball in there as well. There you go. There's your table skirt, which effectively is just like a trapezoid. I was like, oh, I should draw the top of the table. We're not drawing the top of the table only because we've made everything else look so side on, and I don't want it to look weird because I drew the top of this table. But the crystal ball does need to be in there with its little feet, which we will draw in a lot nicer when we're not using pencil because this pencil has not been sharpened in a while. And then the book skirt, table skirt, just needs some little lines to represent the folds in the table. I'm not going to draw any chairs around the table, but I do need to put some maybe like more seance room-esque elements on the wall. I just don't know what those would look like. If you have any recommendations, you let me know. We've had the question though, what is TBR Harvest? So TBR Harvest reading challenge hosted by Leandra of TBR Zero. This is one of the game boards. We've got a link to the introductory video in the description though, so if you want to actually get the kind of like, I don't know what the word, the lowdown, the 411, the 309, if you want to know what it's about, you go check out her video because she notably explains it better than me because it's her challenge. Let's see. You'll see a rip in the back of the couch. That would make sense. Yeah, I think that we should probably put something on the back of the couch to make it look a little bit more, I don't know, spooky and old. Go. Put that there. Flip my journal upside down. Table skirt. Looking cute. Let's see, a chandelier. That'd be kind of cute. I can probably figure out how to do that. An appealing piece of wallpaper would be cool too. We can possibly use some of these ideas in other rooms as well. I'm going to, for the feet, do the skinnier pen because otherwise it's gonna look a mess. So we're gonna go out. Little feet. Out. Effectively, like this is looks like a bulbous nose and a tiny mustache. That's exactly what it is. Peeling wallpaper. How does one even? How do you draw peeling wallpaper? That sounds cool though. I just need to figure out how to do it. We'll draw a little poink in the ball so it looks like it's kind of more spherical. And then in terms of the rip in the back of the couch, because I just feel like we should have one, lanes and fresh ink, we're going to draw a jagged line with some lines going across it so it kind of looks like it's been stitched up again. And we'll do another one over here. There we go. Peeling wallpaper. Maybe we should do the peeling wallpaper in the bedroom or something. Because I feel like I like that idea of having like a chandelier type deal in the what's this one? The seance room. I just don't know how to draw it, so I need to figure out how to draw it. More spidey webs also. We can do spidey webs in places because those ones are nice and easy to do. Like we could literally just go and put a spidey web in this corner for the lols by just drawing in some radiating lines like that. And then just going and drawing in some little curved lines like this. Spidey webs are nice and easy. Great space fillers. And it doesn't need to be perfect. But, makes it look a little spooky. Let's see, peeling wallpaper be by the wall, by the bookcase, and the wingback chair. I'm feeling quite good about this room. I don't really want to add too much to it, but there's a lot of blank space in some of these other ones, and that's why I was kind of thinking like putting stuff in there maybe. But yeah, I think I'm gonna attempt this chandelier business. We'll see if I can figure it out. We need a body in the chimney, yeah. Or a body under the stairs, yeah. That would be a good idea, eh? Like if we kind of draw a line across here and then just have like little somethings lurking in there, that'd be kind of cute. Let's see. We're going to try this chandelier business. Yeah, chandelier equals curvy mustache pipes with candles. Exactly. See, we know how to break things down into the basic elements. We're going to zoom in a little bit so you can see how much of a mess I'm going to make this. So we've got our seance room looking table skirty, like it literally just looks like a skirt, and a bulbous nose with a tiny mustache. And now we're going to draw in a chandelier hanging from the top with my pencil. So we have it hanging down, notably. I'm going to look up a reference image of a chandelier just to make sure that I get the kind of like curvature-esque kind of thing that I'm looking for, right? Chandelier. Not very good at memorizing what things look like from memory. Oh, I don't need a chandelier. I don't want to buy a chandelier. I just want to look at them. Just let me look at them. Okay, this one looks pretty cool. So it effectively looks kind of like a triangular kind of shape. And then it'll have 4 candles. And it'll have like a kind of a little loopy bit at the bottom. And then these parts kind of hang around. And they've got like their little fires and stuff. There we go. That looks cute. That's the sketch. It looks perfect, right? We should just leave it as it is. Nope. Let's see. A cracked mirror. Where did I read that? I feel like somebody literally just mentioned it. There we go. It's literally the last message. Come on, Jessica. Thank you, Laurie. Let's say a cracked mirror in the bathroom. That would be kind of a cute idea. We can do that here. That would be a good idea. I like that. So this one we're going to draw in the candles first because they are the easiest points of placement. And they are just rectangles, nice and easy. In terms of their flammes, it's just a teardrop with a little lean on it. Gorge. And now I've got an ad popping up for lighting direct. I'm like, no lighting direct. I don't want to buy the light. I just want to look at the light. Don't look into the light. We're going to draw a little box here, which is going to be where our kind of loopy bits come out of. And I think for the loopy bits, I might just use a thicker pen and just like, I don't know. We're needing a circle up the top here where the chain can hang off of, and we're just going to draw a bunch of circles for the chain because it's easy. And kind of like part that loop hangs off of. And then that kind of like central shaft kind of area. That looks right. Let's see. We want... So these ones kind of have to come like out and down. They kind of come like out from the middle. And we have a similar looking thing come off there. draw like another. Woo! Woo! Look at that. Isn't this it's still looking so gorgeous. It's not even remotely finished. So we also need to have something down the bottom here. So we'll just draw like another little circle kind of looking business. And then we need like more support. It just needs more support. So we're going to do the one at the front first. Which I did not make this very symmetrical, but it is fine. And then those ones can just go over the back. It's cool. That looks kind of reasonable. Kind of looks the part. Draw one in the back, kind of a thing. Dee. I think it looks like a chandelier. I think I did an okay job. Snaps for me. Hopefully you could kind of follow the instructions. Obviously it is really bloody small and I haven't drawn a chandelier before, but I think I did a pretty okay job. I do not need to purchase this, but now I'm going to have my algorithm ruined for the rest of the week because it's just going to be advertising chandeliers at me. It's fine. We'll let that dry. Let's see, what else? For the wallpaper, you can do a stripe pattern and leave torn from the edge and peeling parts. That'd be kind of cute. I'm thinking about this wallpaper business because I kind of like the idea of possibly putting it up here. I'm gonna just chuck this down for a second because I'm thinking that when it would peel, it would like kind of peel at the corner, kind of a thing. Just like, does it peel quite a lot? Because this is looking a little odd. I don't have the dimensions on this right. Literally just use this as an example. Okay, so when it peels back like that, just like trace it. Just like trace it on along here. Well, kind of like it kind of goes down. Stop that. And then it kind of curves over. And then that part is more of like a kind of straight line, isn't it? There we go. That looks about reasonable, doesn't it? It looks like a mess, but that's kind of what it ends up kind of looking like. The issue that I have with this idea of the wallpaper, because I do like it, but I feel like if I was going to try and do it justice, I would have to color in the walls, and I'm kind of trying to avoid coloring in the walls because I just like all of our little spooky elements instead. Just erase the pencil mark here without ruining my life. Cute. I'm going to draw the mirror in the bathroom first, though, because I feel like the mirror is probably a good idea, because that one's nice and easy. It's just like a circle with some cracked lines in it. So that I can do. Oh, do I want a circle? No, I think I'm going to do a square mirror just because I have a circle here and I feel like it would look too samey. And for the outside of this mirror, I'm going to at least draw that with the Tombow to make it nice and thick, and then the cracked lines in the middle. I'm going to do that in the thinner pen. I love the skeleton in the bathtub. It's so cute. We can do some like cracks in the wall and stuff, and then like have like a hole or something like that. We can do something in the bedroom to make it look more scary. So what am I looking for? I'm gonna just go look up a reference of a cracked mirror because it's just a little easier than trying to figure out what the cracks would look like myself, because they usually radiate from some kind of like hole in the middle. So if we just draw like a kind of a thing, and then there we go, and jagged lines coming out of there. And then some extra little spindly cracky bits anytime there's kind of like a sharp corner. But you can kind of see that they all kind of radiate out of the same part. There we go. There we go. Let's say a crack in the bedroom wall and the skeleton hanging out. That'd be kind of cute. I'm wondering, what else is there? Like skeletons. We have skeletons and ghosts. We've obviously got the creepy doll, and I'm not a fan of the creepy doll. What other kind of like spooky beings are there that you might expect to find in a haunted house? Because I'm not really expecting to, like, walk up into a haunted house and see, like, a mummy or anything like that. A Dracula? Like, we could do that. Yeah, more bats. Tink, we could do more bats. Mm. Spooky cat, zombies, witches. Yeah, we don't have a witch's hat anywhere, do we? I feel like we need to put that in, like, the TV room. She, like, hung up her hat for the day and then was having some good watching time or something like that. Alright, we need a spooky hat. There we go, we're gonna put the this is a very large spooky hat, but it's fine. And it needs to kinda, like there we go, spooky hat. Now we have a witch's hat. That's good. Rats and mice. Alrighty. I feel like we kind of need one of those though, don't we? Because we've got the cat in the bedroom. So maybe the rat will have to be up in the attic. Do I know how to draw a rat? No, but I'm gonna try. Let's see. He needs a little rat nose, little rat face, little rat ears, little rat body, little rat feet. Hopefully you can kind of see where the rat's going here. And a little rat tail. Which looks kind of like a worm, but that's fine. There we go. We've got a rat. There, we do have a spidro. We have a little spidro up here, which is technically not a spidro, but we have one. But we could always draw another little spidro somewhere. Let's see. Okay, we've got this idea of this wall crack, and I like the idea of a wall crack, but I need to go and find a reference picture of a wall crack to make it so that it looks like a wall crack and not just a sad jagged line. Okay, so wall cracks depend on the type of wall, I suppose, as to what it kind of looks like. But I like the idea of maybe a kind of like we just do like a. I recognize that you can't really see what I'm doing here, but hopefully once we finish it, it'll kind of look the part. And then it kind of like little lines that spider out from that. There we go. That looks like kind of like a wall crack. And then we're going to use our nice thin pen here because we want to make it so that the end of the crack lines are really super thin. And then towards the middle of the crack is where things start to get a little bit larger. There we go. We'll do one little Z lines coming off of any of the sharp corners. And then we're going to go and thicken up the kind of middle section so that then it looks more like open in terms of a crack, if that makes sense. We don't need to make all of it open, but at least this kind of like central part of the crack we're going to make a little bit bigger. There we go. Kind of some cracks in the house. Looks kind of cute. And just add a little bit of extra crackage. Doesn't need to be too much, Jess. You're allowed to stop. I'm like, just gonna keep adding to it until I've made like a complete mess. But there we go. We've got a nice large crack in the wall of the house there. I feel like we're gonna need to add another crack somewhere though, so that then it kind of like balances it out. And I'm thinking that here would be a good spot for it. Just so that then it looks kind of like it doesn't look out of place, if that kind of makes sense. So I'm gonna put one in that spot. And then we can move down into the kitchen area. kind of a thing. There you go. Cute, cute, cute. Cute, cute, cute. That's the wrong pen. I almost went in with a Papermate flare. I'm like, well, that's a very large crack. Whoops. Let's not do that. That sounds a little bit too intense. Okay, let's see. And then we will again thicken up that middle section, and then off the middle section we can draw in some of those spidering lines. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, this is looking pretty cute. I am probably happier with the first crack that we did compared to this one, but that is okay. All right. Sometimes you have a favorite crack, and it just is what it is. Silly. There we go. Okay, we've got some cracks. It's looking pretty cute. Yeah. Gorgeous. The hand from the Addams Family. I am not great at hands, but we could try to put thing in. So we're going to zoom on out here. The first floor needs a broom in the corner. Yeah, exactly. Especially if you've got all these cracks in your house. You've really got wall plaster all over your floor. Ridiculous. So the top of the crack almost looks like a pitchfork. Yep, okay, this crack was definitely left by somebody they shouldn't have been summoning. So this is looking cute. We need to do the kitchen and the living room. And I know that the living room that they had, it effectively just had like this hand coming out of the floor, and I'm like, well, that's kind of spooky. I don't know if I want to draw a hand, but it's kind of spooky. And then the kitchen has a very faint shadow of a ghost over it, or a ghoul or something. But I figured that the kitchen would be a good place to maybe put our kind of like cauldron-esque type thing, and the potion bottles on the shelves and stuff like that. In terms of the spacing here, because I've drawn the arrow kind of low, foolish me, foolish me, but 1, 2, 3.5, 1, 2, 3.5. So it's like the same vertical space, but the arrow is a touch lower because I made choices. I also love how the door is like as wide as the couch. I keep coming back to this idea of scaling. I know that it doesn't need to be to scale, but I'm just like, oh, what have you done? But the living room could have a summoning circle kind of a thing. That'd be kind of cute. I'm trying not to draw too many things that are from not perfectly on the side kind of scale. So like we don't have any kind of like three-dimensional stuff on the boxes, but it would be kind of cool to try and put that one in somehow, even if it's just like on the wall or something. But yeah, foolish mortals, indeed, exactly. A bloody knife in the kitchen is a good idea too. Yeah, because like just because it's like a haunted house, it could always be haunted with like Michael Myers or something. Should just have him like poking his silly head out of the back of something. I can't draw Michael Myers, but I could try. But we're gonna go and scaffold in some kitcheny kind of stuff, I think. But yeah, kind of want a Slender Man in here. Slender Man in the stairs, like could be a thing. So kitchen, we want to have cauldron of some description with some kind of like stuff coming out of it. I wonder, because I know that there was a pumpkin. There was a pumpkin with a little fire coming out of it. We could always like trim the fire off and put that in the cauldron. It could be an idea. I'm gonna pull this sticker up and see if I can cut out just the flamme from the cauldron and see if we can get that to work. I think just a shadow, the black hat. Yeah. So we'll just trim around this fire, and we'll see if we can't size our cauldron appropriately to accommodate for just the fire, because that'll be kind of a cute little addition to it. Right now it just looks like a flaming bag of something. Just a little circle. Skull cauldrons are possible. That's kind of cool too. I don't know how I would go about drawing that, but it sounds kind of cool. So I was just like, we could just put the little flame in the cauldron type deal and have that in there as well. It looks quite aggressive. I might want to trim it down just a little bit. That's quite a lot of fire for my poor kitchen. But if we just trim around the bottom of it so that it's just a little bit smaller, maybe. We can use that in the cauldron. Just because then it adds a little bit of color down the bottom here as well. Could have bones coming out of it too. Yeah, that'd be kind of cute as well. So like we could do this. We could have a little bit of zazzy coming out of it, or I could literally just go and stick this over the fireplace. Like, ta-da, there we go, fire. Now as I've already gone and like drawn in my fire, I kind of am tempted to put this in there instead. What do we reckon? Should I stick this over the fire? Should I make this part of the fireplace now? Let's see. Let's see if I can trim this back. Just a little more. I need to make sure I don't trim too much of it though. Otherwise it won't work. There's a little fire, the fireplace. That could work. Cauldron could have bubbles coming out instead. Exactly. So, okay, we could do some bubbles and some bones. I can probably make that work. Yeah. You like the fire doodle in the fireplace. Yeah. So the cute little flame, it could work. Alrighty, okay, so if we're gonna do a little cauldron and we're gonna have it with stuff, I think that having the kind of like foamy bubbles coming out of it would be quite cute, and then we can also have some little bones kind of sticking out of it as well. So then we're gonna have foam down the side, and I will make this look a little better. I'm just kind of spitballing here. And a little bone, a couple little bones. There we go. And then in the back, because this is the kitchen, we should also have some, I'm thinking like floating shelves that have like potion-y looking ingredients and stuff on them. That kind of a thing. We'll just have 2 floating shelves here. And then we also talked about the idea of having a broom moment down the bottom as well. I wonder if there's a broom sticker, because I feel like I've seen one, but it might have been like way too big. I know we had one that was just a broom by itself that was quite large, but that one wouldn't really fit in this spot. But something like this guy here, wherever I saw it, like this one, I could probably trim back and sit that in the corner, and then I wouldn't have to draw it myself, which I like the idea of. So I might do that. We're going to cut out a little witchy broom. I will probably have to trim it just a little bit. There we go. So I'm going to stick that in the corner. Could have a spinning wheel under the stairs. That'd be kind of cute. So this one we're going to have to trim the broom back a little bit so it doesn't look quite so large. But I think that having this down the bottom would be kind of cute. So for the trimming, it's literally just like cut the bristles off about here. And then you can also just go and like cut some little indents if you want it to still look a little bit jagged, which might be easier to do with a craft knife, but I have dedicated my skizzers to this now, so it is what it is. Yay! It's cute! And we can put that there, and then we can trim off the side of it. Ta-da! And I didn't have to draw it. Even better. Not to say that I'm opposed to drawing, but I like the fact that we have a little bit of a mix of elements here. That's not something that I usually feel very comfortable with, so it's kind of nice to experiment with it a little bit in a way that's just approachable, if that makes sense. So we'll trim that off, looking zazzy. Love it. Make sure that it's not encroaching on my black line work, because that will make me sad. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out. No. Don't rip my sticker. I will say that if you're doing this work, make sure you're using a craft knife that's actually sharp. Mine, the end has kind of broken off of it, and I just haven't replaced it because I literally just replaced it. So I was like, I don't like the idea of this. It makes me a little sad. Let's see. The kitchen needs potion books or a book of spells too. Yeah, I think that we do technically have some books on top of the. Where was the sticker I was just using? Oh, there it is. You know, right in the middle of the desk. Come on, Jess, you can do it. Because it does technically have a little stack of books. Oh gosh, you cannot see. I apologize. It does have a little stack of books here, and I was tempted to cut that out before. Can I get this to focus? Thank you. There we go. I was tempted to put that in the other room, but I could probably put that down here instead and use that as like kind of the little books. Or we could just draw it onto the shelf. Either works. So let's see. I'm going to want to draw my little cauldron in though. So we're going to, with it, we zoom you in so you can see. Yeah, a grimoire for the witch kitchen and then a book journal for me. Yeah, it's very that. That's kind of why I'm planning on doing my reading journal in the spell book next year. Because my character for Aurelium has a spell book. So I was like, oh well that kind of fits, like it'll fit the vibe. She can have her spell book and then it's actually the book that I'm using to do all of my reading journal stuff in. I thought that was kind of cute. Cute little connection. Okay, so right now we're just drawing in the foam. It's kind of coming off the side. We'll add a couple more details to it to make it look more foamy. There we go, looking kind of cute. And then we have the edge of the cauldron and the bottom of the cauldron. There we go. And little cauldron feet, which I mean technically to be bubbling quite as much as it is, you'd think it would be under a flame, but it isn't, because we already have fire over here. We don't need too much fire. We'll burn the house down. Terrible idea. But we also want to draw in the little bones. And there we go, there's the bone. And here's another little bone. There we go, looking cute. I feel like I just don't want to color this in because it's just too cute. And I feel like if I color it in, I'll just ruin it. But we're going to want to draw in those little shelves. I think for the shelves, I'm going to use my Tombow Fudenosuke brush pen because I just want it to be a little bit thicker. There we go. And we'll put in a floating shelf here. And then we can draw stuff on top of the floating shelf. Probably using the O2 size. It's a battery operated cauldron. You will just draw like a little tail coming out of it and plugging into a wall socket. Batteries not included. Ah, dear. Tink. Let's see. We are going to have. Yeah, it could be like. Yeah, the color will just be on the stickers mainly. Like I could probably add like a little bit of color to other bits and pieces, but I just don't want to make a mess of it, All right, let's think. Color one or two things in each room because I was kind of thinking like if you were actually using this as the page for the reading challenge, you would just color in the rooms that you actually go and read something related to. This idea of you don't go into every single room for it, but I probably should have given this more time to dry. I didn't think that far ahead, and I've already got color in a bunch of rooms, so I think it's looking cute though. Now, what do we want on the shelves? I'm thinking that we're going to want to have some kind of like bottle ingredient type deal. We need bottles of some description. What kind of shape bottle do I want? Okay, I feel like I need to go and look at inspiration for this, and for that inspiration, I'm going to consult an old journal, which means I need to go get it. Creak, creak, creak. This one, that one, that one, that one. So many moons ago, in the way back when, the days of yesteryear, I did a witchy-esque inspired kind of setup for my journal. Yes, I know you're very, very close. I will zoom you out so that you can see what I'm looking at. So this was my setup for October 20 something. Well, of course it was 20 something. I didn't start this in the 90s. So we've got bits and pieces, little spooky vibes, very cute, yada yada yada. And then for a mood tracker, when we finally get to it, ta-da! We had a variety of different shaped bottles. So I figure we can kind of pull inspiration for bottles and such from these designs here. Makes it just a little bit easier. Now I do need to remember that I am drawing these things way smaller, so I will not have the same amount of space to add details in and such. But it's just like it's a start effectively. Um, I love this, like, notes. $1.80 Instagram. I'm like, "What are you talking about, woman?" I obviously didn't, take very good notes here, but it's cool, it's fine. So we're gonna use this as inspiration for drawing some elements on my shelves, kind of a thing. Um, so let's see. Ink bottles, fountain pen inks, that kind of thing, yeah, we can use all of those little bits and pieces for inspiration. Now, am I still no, I did turn that on. Go. Whee! Excellent. So move this guy over, making sure not to knock over our cola, because that would make a mess, and not the kind of mess that I feel like cleaning up right now. Not that I feel like cleaning up any mess. So there we go. Looking cute. Now, I think we'll just start with something kind of simple and just do kind of like a this type of style bottle. I'll just put that over to the side so that I have a little bit more space to play. Just have a long necked bottle with a kind of bulbous bottom and a little stopper. There we go. A little bit of liquid in it. Looking pretty cute. Doesn't need to be super full because maybe she has run to the store and is keeping us in the attic to be cooked into a potion later. Oh my gosh, I certainly hope not. Let's see, what else? We have bunches of dried herbs hanging from a shelf. That would be cool too. So this one would need like a little string and then some sticks and such. There's our herbs. Because they're very, very small, so they're just like fluffy looking things. We can do a couple of those. So another little string, more stuff, and this one can just be like there we go. I don't know what kind of herbs these are. This could be very large thyme or something, and that can be lavender because even though she's obviously cooking a potion with bones in it, she still wants her home to smell nice. Fabulous. Let's see. So we've got some herbies hanging up there, looking cute. We're also going to possibly want to draw in a couple candles because lighting is good. We'll put in some candles here too. And we should probably also have a couple of books. You know, how to cook 40 humans or whatever. There we go. Little books on the shelf. Looks cute. We're just going to put like a black line on that because I'm probably not going to color these ones in. There we go. That looks pretty cute. And then we need to chicken, stewing, lavender. Yeah, exactly. It could be chicken. Let's see. Bones and seasonings. Yeah, we just need like a little jar of salt. There we go. Salt shaker. Because she needs to have seasonings, otherwise her potion will be bland. Yeah, how to cook your company. I love that. Let's see. So we will also need the kind of thing is like I know I'm putting like way too much thought into this, but it's it's gonna be very, very, very small. So it's like, okay, well, what else can we do? We can also do like a little jar of something because that one's nice and easy to draw. So it's effectively just a box with a slightly wider but very much smaller box on top. And then a little label. Done. There's a little jar. We love that. It's like a mere jar of something. We also like, there's notably some potion bottles that look like this and stuff, and I'm like, I can't draw that as small as I need to draw things. I can draw things like this, little spidey web and stuff like that, but they will end up being quite tiny. A dead man's toe. Alrighty, I'm not gonna lie, dead man's toe will probably come out looking like a small blob, but you guys will know that that is actually a dead man's toe. It's just very little. There we go. A brain in a jar. Alrighty, we're going to draw the jar. It's what's in the box? It's a very large jar. Now, a brain. I know how to draw a brain. I can figure this out. There we go. Okay, so the brain is kind of like domed with that kind of back part there, and then a couple squiggles. Which again, this is very small, so we know it's a brain, even though it just looks like a weird little thing in a box. Yeah, it's like a little shrub. That's looking pretty cute. I feel like we should also have something that's hanging up over here as well. So what are we going to have hanging down from here? A couple of mice running up the stairs to the kitchen. We can also do some mice on the stairs. That sounds like a cute idea as well. There's a mice. Yes, a mice. Don't be fooled. Even though it just looks really silly and really little, it's still a mice. There you go. There's the other mice. Sitting there watching. Waiting for his friend. Yeah, like a cleaver. I think we need some kind of like a utensil, eh? Which is also going to be hanging from a string, because that seems like a safe way to store your cleaver. There's the cleaver. Looking cute. Shing! Beautiful. Alrighty, gorgeous. So that's not too shabby. I think that room looks decently full, and that means that it's probably time to move on to the next room, which is the lounge room. Now, like we said in the picture, the lounge room has like a hand coming out of here. But okay, what does it say? You can see the door, but what is that crawling out from underneath the couch? So this one, it reckons it's going to have another couch in it, but I don't necessarily want to have two rooms with couches because that's just going to take up a lot of space. So like, what else could we possibly draw in this living room that would make sense? Because like, I don't think I really want to draw a hand either because that's like kind of tricky. Let's see. If I was going to draw an owl, I feel like it should just be in the attic. I feel like that would be a place that he would be just better accommodated. That makes sense. We could draw an armchair. We do have an armchair-esque looking thing here. We could draw something similar, a rocking chair. That would be tricky, but I could try that. How does one draw a rocking chair? Rocking chair on the side. Well, yeah, I know, right? This looks like fun, but sod doing another readathon 3 months in a row. I completely feel you on that. I was kind of thinking to myself, like, oh god, are you even gonna like participate in this one? Because you're kind of like readathoned out, but I wanted to draw the spooky house. So that's why we're doing it. So I'm thinking that I need a pencil so I can draw this. And the rocking chair is going to be here with the curve, and then the front and the back kind of like goes up and over, eh? And then we'll do that part there, and then that part kind of there. The fire is very large compared to this chair, but it's fine. That kind of looks rocking chair-esque. I think that fits the vibe. That makes sense in my mind. A skelly cat or a skelly dog, that would be kinda cute. I can try and draw a skelly cat or a skelly dog. I feel like it would have to be a skelly cat. It feels right. Um, let's see. We need to draw I feel like I wanna draw this one using the Tombow because I feel like I want it to stand out kind of similar to the way that the couch does. But that means it probably needs to be a little bit taller, so we're gonna enlarge as we go, which is usually a terrible idea, but we're gonna do it anyway. So, that part there, the arm of the chair, then the base of the chair. That looks kinda like what it's supposed to look like, so that's usually for the best. I'm gonna turn the journal so that I can do this in a direction that makes more sense for my hand. My hand will be happier about it. We're just gonna ignore the fact that the rocking chair is low-key floating, that's fine as well. There we go. There's a rocking chair. At least it looks like a rocking chair to me. I think it fits. So if I'm gonna draw a pentagram on here, would it make sense to be, like, above the door of the house kind of a thing? Because that's, like, a space that we don't really have anything sitting there. I also just feel like we need a grandfather clock somewhere, like, maybe in this room because it seems to be the only space that we really have space for it, unless I'm putting it, like, behind the bush. Hmm. Hmm. Alrighty, I'm gonna get a stencil out because I don't know, is this circle big enough? I feel like that circle's gonna be too small for a pentagram. We could try. We could try, we could try. So we're gonna now you have smelly cat stuck in your head. So we're gonna draw this guy here. That's where our pentagram is gonna live. Can I draw this free-handed? We're gonna attempt. There we go. Spooky house. But we also just thoughts and prayers for my journal, please, because like it's now got a pentagram in it. So I think that that just like fills out the space kind of nicely for that one. And I'm thinking like I want there to be a grandfather clock in here because I just feel like it fits the spooky vibes of it all. I swear, if anybody's playing a drinking game with this and they've drunk every time I've said the word spooky vibes, you are the ghost in the stairs. Requiescat in pace. I feel for you, friend. Thoughts and prayers. So let's see. Grandpapa clock. Because I need a reference for that as well to make sure that I draw one that actually makes sense. So I'm thinking that we can either draw I feel like the grandfather clock would go here rather than in front of the fireplace because it feels like it's not quite the right spot for it. So I'm gonna draw it out in pencil first and see if I like the way it looks. It's probably the best way to go about these kind of things. So and the best part is if I draw it behind the bush, then I don't have to I don't have to stuff around with trying to get like the sizing of the feet right or anything like that. There we go. So that'll be kind of like there. And then we'll have the actual kind of clock face. And then we'll have one of those like hanging down pendulum looking business bits. There we go. That'll be on the sides there. That'll be kind of like what that would look like. I think that it would be kind of cute. Suit in the tarot that represents earth and money. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad that at least it represents something nice, because in my mind, I'm just like, "Oh, no, demons," and I don't wanna summon a demon in my journal, especially not my reading journal. I like my reading journal too much to do that to it. I'm not very well versed in, tarot and what everything in that means and/or what the actual cards are. I know that there's a fool, or at least I think I know that there's a fool. Maybe I am the fool now. Um, so we're gonna have the clock here. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't encroach too much on the space of the vent because you wouldn't put a grandfather clock in front of a vent. That would be a terrible idea. So I'm gonna tilt my journal because it's just gonna be a little easier to draw in the circle face for the clock itself, also known as the clock face, which is looking a little bit on the odd side, but there we go. Got in some points for the time of that. There we go. Oh, it's looking so cute. Yay! And the sides here for the middle chamber part that will hold the pendulum, which I've just drawn straight down because I can. Now, what time should it be? I'm going to say that it is 10-ish. 10-ish o'clock. Because if it's midnight, then it's just one line poking up, and then that looks silly, even though it does make more sense that way. And I'm like, oh, it's way too early in the evening. Like, if we have all these people running around the house, they would be in bed if it was 1 a.m. So 10 p.m. sounds good. Nice, reasonable time for a haunting. Thank you very much. Some of us have to get up in the morning. Tink. A small table next to our rocking chair. That sounds like a good idea. I think I can do that. I think that sounds doable. We're just gonna rub off the pencil here, attempting not to make smudges because sad times, which I think we've done an okay job of not getting that everywhere, so that's good. Which means time for the whatchamacallit. We could have like we've got a black cat here, which I know he doesn't look very black right now, given the fact that he is just an outline. I also feel like he needs a body because right now he looks like the Cheshire Cat. He's just like discombobulated head. There we go. Long cat. And then there's a cat tail. There's long cat. Sitting under the bed there, looking like a cutie. So if we have 3 a.m. is a spooky time. 3 a.m. is definitely a spooky time. So we have a little table here. I'm just trying to figure out the dimensions of this little table. I mean, if all else fails, I can cover up the clock face and I can make it be 3 a.m. That's fine. Or it could just be like, a midday haunt, 3 p.m. Like, early afternoon haunting. That'd be kind of nice. But so if we've got a little table here, we just put the little table with a spooky cup of tea. Or it could be like a cold tea because you forgot that it was there. There we go, spooky teacup. Let's take it up in the morning. It's 2 a.m. here. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for your dedication to hanging out with us because, yeah, that's that doesn't sound like my kind of party. Trying to get up in the morning after having been up as late/early as it is. So we'll have our little cup. There we go. And it's just going to have the letter T on it. T for trick or treat, or T for tea. That's also solid. It makes sense. And then that can be there. I feel like we do want it to be warm though. So just draw a little. There we go. Heat wave. I'm thinking we're going to replace the fire with the other little fire, even though I am so pleased with my efforts of drawing said little fire. I think that it would be nice to have at least the coloration of the other fire. So going with the idea of the coloration of the other fire, I'm going to take this pumpkin, stick it over the top, and color in, and by that I mean cut out, the fire from here. So that then I can still have the fire that I drew in, feeling like I did something, and also have the coloration of the spooky pumpkin face fire. Which we could have done such a better job of cutting this if we had a craft knife that had a actual sharp point. I mean, it does have a sharp point, don't get me wrong. This is sharp as heck, but it is not as sharp as it used to be because I snapped the end of it off because that's a sensible choice that I made. I just put a little bit too much pressure on it in a certain direction that was not the direction that I was kind of traveling in with the craft knife, if that makes sense. Nah. We're doing okay. It does seem very strange to take out like the middle of a washi sticker just for fire, but it is what I have chosen to do. There you go. Get rid of all of the little pieces of shrapnel on my desk by sticking them to the back of the sticker. Yeah. Oh, baby with her first cold. Poor small love. Hopefully feeling better soon. There we go. So, now that we've got that part off, I totally forgot that there are those little pieces of fire there as well. I'm like, can I use this little piece that's on my finger? Will that work? I don't really want to cut out around it though, is the only issue. I could just color it in. Like, that would just be easier. Let's go find a color match because that's just going to make my life way easier. We're just going to pretend that this is the right color. I mean, it looks pretty close. That was a pretty good guesstimate there, Jess. Excellent work. Ta-da! And now it has a little bit of orange, and now I don't have to like color that in, but it's kind of got the same sticker vibe as before without having to, you know, stuff around with covering it up and then re-putting in a flame and making sure the flame fits and yada yada yada. Instead, I get to stuff around with cutting out tiny pieces of the side of the tape to make sure that it still looks like I kind of drew it in. We all pick our battles here. So we're just gonna, there we go, put that down the side so then it looks like I drew it. And we can just, there we go. Beautiful. Fire. Great success. I feel like this is probably bled through, but there is a sticker in the way, so no harm, no foul. Yay! Look at how cute it is. Now, I do feel like there's a bit of blank space here, and I need to remind myself, blank space is okay. Like, we're allowed to have a little bit of empty space in these things. But let's have a look at the house and see if there's anything that we kind of need to fill in. Anything that looks a little barren. I feel like the chimney looks barren, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want to draw smoke in the chimney or anything like that. Now we did have a the thought of possibly drawing like a dead body in the chimney or something. How would one do this? I also feel like I kind of want to put a barrier around this because you know how we have like the internal walls are all thick kind of a thing. Having the chimney is just like a single line down the side looks a little bit odd. Add bricks here and there. We could do. Yeah, that'd be kind of cute. Just like some kind of like a little brick pattern almost going every so often. That would be kind of good. I'm thinking possibly could even just do it as a kind of a thing. Like that. So it doesn't have to be perfectly like gapped out and stuff like we had with the side. It could just be sketched in a way because then it would just be a little bit easier I think to draw it as well. I'll draw in a couple of little pencil lines and we'll see how it looks because I don't necessarily want to put them everywhere, but at least it'd be something. And I'm just going to draw all of the pencil lines coming off of the bits that we already have put in because then it'll be easier again. I'm thinking like, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She hoped. I hope I know what I'm doing. So if that's kind of the scaffold of it, and then I just go and put in some of the lines to represent the brickwork, so it's not everywhere. I could always just do the whole brickwork, but I don't really feel like doing that. That seems like a little bit too much. I'll probably do like a little down the bottom here and then some up the side. I think for the brickwork, because I want it to still be kind of like, what's the word? I want it to still be fairly open, but it would effectively end up looking kind of like the cracks that we have on the wall. So it's like it would be every so often there's a little bit of the brick line work rather than the whole thing. Living room could have a no place like home picture. That would, yeah, it would have a lot of words, but it would be kind of cute. Home sweet home is a little bit shorter. That also works too. So we could do like a little kind of picture frame here. Alrighty, we could put that picture frame in. Let's see. Can I? I'm gonna put the frame in first because that's the most dangerous way to do this. to run out of space. And we're gonna make it so that it is hanging kind of similar to what we had in the bedroom. And it has a little frame on it because that seems like the kind of thing that this house would do. Okay. I'm going to do this part in pencil first to make sure that I don't ruin my life. And I'm also going to use a thinner pencil, just because if I try and do this in the regular pencil, I won't be able to see where my line work is. This is a pencil my brother got me. I think he got it from Muji. It's just a mechanical pencil. So we're going to have to press very, very faintly, otherwise I will make a mess. We're going to do sweet and then home and home. Home. And we'll zoom you in again so that you can see what I'm doing. Whee! So hopefully you can kind of see my line work there. So, tiny pen. I feel like I'm going to do this sweet first. Sweet. And I kind of want the home to be in serif font. Just a little serif font. Home. Sweet. Home. Hi, Vogel. Vogel says hello. Okay. He has walked away now, though. Home sweet home. Beautiful. And then I will wait for that to dry before I erase it because that is a lot of pen work in a very small area. And then for the kind of crumbly brickwork type thing, I'm thinking that like I'd almost like it to be smaller than the bricks that I've drawn in because the bricks that I've drawn in feel quite large compared to what would possibly look good there. Just given the size of like the books, and I know things don't have to be to scale, but I am the way I am, so it is the way it is. We're gonna flip it this way and just draw a couple of lines every so often. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just needs to be in there. I want to do a little bit down the bottom too. That looks kind of cute. And now we need to draw the vertical lines that will kind of represent where the bricks actually are. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we do the ones in the middle of all of those. So hopefully you can kind of see the brickwork that's coming into view here. Ta-da! It'll look a lot better once I erase all the pencil lines, I hope. I mean, I certainly hope, otherwise, like, oh no, we ruined everything. I can't believe it's not better. Here we go. Draw. No, I don't want to draw that one in. Nope, nope, nope. That one, yes. And that one. That one. That looks about right. It's making sure that you skip the lines you're supposed to skip, otherwise you end up drawing things where they're not supposed to be, and then everything kind of looks a little bit odd. That looks pretty good. And then the next one down, I'm kind of using the dock grid as a starting spot for myself, which makes it just a little bit easier, so that then I kind of know roughly where to put my line work. There we go. There, there. Way too much effort. But I don't care because it's gonna look super cute. Da-da-da-da. I think that, yeah, doing this type of design work where it's like you're not doing it as an all-over pattern or anything like that is something that I'm not super good with, because I have a tendency to just let myself go a little bit cray with it. just do too much. But I think that having spaced them out horizontally first has been very, very helpful to making sure that I don't go overboard in any of the individual patches, if that makes sense. And I'm not sure if it's super obvious what I'm doing, but anywhere that there are kind of a horizontal line on top and bottom of the line work, I just draw the line to connect them, kind of similar to what I've got here, where it just connects. And then anywhere where there's only one of the lines, I only draw it like part of the way down, coming off whichever line is actually present, or part way up, like this one. See how that line, the horizontal line is there, but it's not at the top. So I've just drawn it up from there. Cute. I think that I've got most of the lines in. I think that looks pretty good. Put that one there. Cute. Now I need to wait for that to dry. So in the meantime, we can probably erase the Home Sweet Home. And the best part about this is drawing this is only actually the first part of the layout. I still have to write in all the prompts. And I'm not going to write it on our picture, notably, because there's like no space for it. But you're dry enough, right? I hope so. We'll zoom you out so that then we can see the full picture, because it's looking so good. If I do say so myself. Aggressive. Clonk. Thank you, team. I think it does look pretty. Looks pretty amazing. If I do say so. But we're gonna try and erase this and try not to rub over any of the stickers, because you end up pulling parts up and then making a mess. We don't want to make a mess because we've just made this beautiful piece of work. Again, it's going to be really great when I just don't do the reading challenge. So now, as we're kind of at the I don't think we're technically at the end of the decorating phase. Like, I still feel like there are some things that could be done. Like, there's a lot of open space in the attic, but I don't want to just go and fill it up and make it look cluttered either. I think that it's probably a good time to commit to doing the black arrows. And I guess I'm just going to recheck to make sure that we're still okay with it. Do we think the arrows should be colored in? Okay, here's the question. I'm going to put it in as a poll, because we love a poll. Alrighty. Black arrows, question mark. Yes, no, start poll. 3, 2, 7. In the meantime, tink. Logo! Come here! Do you like the spooky house?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
This explains why you're talking about hot houses a lot this morning.
Talking about a lot of the houses. I'm probably not going to color in the rest of the house. I'm just going to leave it as it is and just have the little kind of colored elements. But I'm thinking that I don't want to ruin it. It's the long story short of it. So I'm kind of thinking like, "Ooh, do we just keep it as it is?" But I will do bleh. Come on, words. I do recognize that this arrow is very not visible if I don't color in the arrows. And I think that's the main one that's making me think like, "Oh, I think I should color it in, but I'm not too sure." Welcome to tier 1. Yay! Round of applause for being part of the team with a capital T. Also, Vogel, the people say hello. Vogel says hello again. So I'm thinking that we're probably going to color it in and, you know, just take a screenshot now, just so we can show what it used to be before I ruined it by coloring in the arrows. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, and we're going to use the Tombow Fudenosuke to color it in because it's just a little bit easier to color in large spaces. We're gonna start with this arrow because this is the main one that's a problem. There we go. That arrow does look a little bit more visible now. I'm just going to extend that out a little bit, and it could be the kind of thing that I just need to go and put like a little white border around it as well to make it stand out a little better. But that's kind of cute. Beige would also fit with the stickers. Yeah, we could do a little bit of beige coloring in. I just don't want to color in everything and then have it look like a jumbled colored in mess, if that makes sense. Especially because I'm the kind of person who typically tends to color things in realistic, like using the colors that things actually are. So it's like, hey, this sky is blue, this sky is not green, or whatever. I mean, in some places sometimes it probably is, but I feel like if I were to stick to true colors here, we'd end up with quite a mix of color, and color is not something I use a lot of in this journal outside of the book covers themselves, because I also thought that on this layout I would probably stick in which books I end up reading as related to this challenge, because that'd be a nice way to signify what it was I read as part of the challenge. I'll put them on the same layout. There we go. I'm thinking that the black arrows do look better. They do stand out nicer, I think. You're excited for the new membership? Yay! I'm excited that you're excited. Because, yeah, I was umming and ahhing about it for a really long time, especially because we started on Patreon, and it just felt like, that it was like the end of an era to stop doing Patreon specifically and just move to YouTube. But with the perks that I can offer through YouTube, especially considering video content is the reason for the season, it is the main kind of perk that people enjoy the most or get the most value out of. It just makes a lot more sense to host things over here. But if you're like, what is she talking about? The team with a capital T is our membership, and it is currently getting a facelift in that we have 3 new tiers to replace the old 5 tiers, just as a way to simplify things, streamline stuff, make it so that it fits in with what people actually were finding the most value in. You can join if you want to. No pressure. I am not your manager, but if you want to, there is a join button next to I don't know, subscribe button or whatever, next to my name or something underneath the video. So, this is looking cute. Have I colored in all the arrows? I don't think I've missed any. I almost missed this one, but I didn't. Oh, it's so cute. So cute. So I'm thinking that maybe possibly a couple of other little bits and colors would be kind of nice, just so that the stickers don't stand out too much by themselves, I guess. So maybe just a couple of elements, but I wouldn't want them to be I don't want it to be too much, So I was kind of thinking maybe we could grab out this kind of medium brown and color in the grandfather clock with that so that he kind of stands out a little bit. I'm just trying not to add too much color, And then we can color in the backboard of it as well, because that's actually still part of the clock. And I'm just going to color over that a couple times to darken it up, because that's internal, so it would be a little bit more in shadow. There we go. That doesn't look too bad, just to have a small amount of color kind of color element. The mirror frame, yeah, that would be one to color in as well. That would make sense. And I'm thinking that in terms of like the colors that I'm using, I'm trying to keep it still fairly neutral, kind of in the same realm of what we've got. Obviously, we've got like a little bit of orange there, so maybe we can bring in like a tinge of orange, but not too much. So I'm mainly playing around with like 990, 942, that kind of stuff, because those are the ones that I typically use. This one is 942, and I'm using the bullet end because the brush end is running out of color. I think that the frame on this I would either leave white or put in black because the actual picture is colored itself. The ducky I feel like it needs to be colored in because otherwise it's just not right. I'm gonna Instead of using a bright orange though, I'm gonna use this kind of terracotta color, which is 912, because it's just a little more subdued. There we go. The duck is colored in. Super cute. We're also gonna color in just like a little bit of potion here. Color in this label. We can color on the band of the hat. Just little bits. Not giant, mega, everything colored in kind of vibes. As for the flames, because we were coloring in before using that kind of like mustardy color for the fire, I'm gonna go and color in flamed parts with that same color so that then they're all kind of the same. There we go. That looks cute. I don't think there are any other flames sitting around the place because those were the candly bits. It's kind of cute. I feel like something in this room needs to be colored in though, because otherwise it does look a little bit bare. Tape on the boxes. Yeah, we can do the tape on the boxes. That seems kind of easy. So we'll use 990 for that. And then that just adds just a tinge more color into the attic. Brown leaves to prove it's dead. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll color in the plant with some brown leaves. I'm going to use a slightly darker brown for that one. So that's going to be 992. So the same that we did for the grandfather clock, just so that it stands out a little bit. Because if I go in with 990, it probably won't really make a huge amount of difference there. There we go. I'm trying to color in inside the lines, but it is just what it is here. Because the decoration is as small as it is. I'm being a little liberal with it. That's kind of cute. And now it looks definitely dead. I'm thinking that I might color in the chair in that room just so that it's a larger piece of color. But in terms of what color I color in the chair, I was thinking possibly I'm going to say possibly an orange kind of color, but I don't want it to be too punchy. And I feel like even the terracotta, compared to the rest of the elements we have here, feels too punchy. So what I might do is go and find a sticker that has a large portion of orange-esque, like not black, and just use that as a coloring in piece. I'm like, we do have a spooky pumpkin here, which might be okay. Let's see. If we take that guy off, we can probably stick it over the chair in some which what way so that it looks like it fits. Welcome to tier 1. Yay! Glad to have you with us, LJ. Dee. Yeah, the shelves in the kitchen, I feel like we could either color in the shelves or we could color in the elements on it. I think that possibly the shelves would be easier to do. That pumpkin looks so silly right now, just sitting in the middle of the journal layout. This is another one where it's problematic because I can't necessarily see through the sticker. But if we just kind of gently fold it along there, that should give me an indication of where I'm supposed to be cutting this. Oh, good point. Tink. One thing I need to think about though is the tier names for the new membership, because previously they were all based around kind of like goal setting related stuff. Team tiny wins, like, we're going to celebrate small steps, progress over perfection, slow and steady, all of that kind of thing. But for the new ones, I was thinking it might be kind of fun to have them related to stuff on the channel. So I was thinking maybe our tier 1 could be like Tink or something like that. Tier 2 could be something that we say often on the channel. I'm just not sure what they would be because I kind of want them to be things like kind of like team names in a way. So and positive. They need to be positive as well because I don't want like not positive names because I say things like that's a future me problem. I don't want a tier that's called future me problems. That just doesn't seem very fun. Like persnickety biscuits definitely came up and I was like, is that positive enough or is that me being mean to people who decide to be part of the team? Like, but I did like the potential idea of it. I was like we could have the persnickety biscuits. Cut this out. You guys are onto it, right? Because I was like, the other thing that we do, which we don't necessarily say, but it's usually like a sneaky thing, is like, I'm a wizard. So it's like we could have like a wizard team. Like, oh yes, wizard team. But I'm not sure yet. Still playing around with it. So there we go. We can cut that down to here. And then we can cut it across there for where the chair finishes. There we go. Now, does that look too dark? Possibly. By itself, it kind of does, doesn't it? It does look quite dark compared to the kind of orange-esque kind of color that we have in other spaces. So I'm thinking maybe this one is a little bit too much because it kind of blends in too much with the arrows. So after all that work, we're going to rip this off and we're going to go find a different one that's a little bit brighter. So I'm thinking possibly like the pumpkin with the fire. We could just kind of either pick the orange off that, which would be a little bit more orange than the one we just had, or we could use the actual flame itself, which might work better. We just need to find the right space for it. We're effectively doing like washi art with this. That works. Possibly a little bit nicer. Because then the color, well, first of all, it's a lot easier to see through, so that's really helpful. But at least then it kind of ties in with the color palette that we've already got going on here, if that makes sense. But yeah, so still playing around with the team names, and because obviously previously we had team tiny wins, team slow and steady, but I'm not sure if I want to make it so that every team starts with the word team either. That's why right now they're just like tier 1, 2, 3 because it's just easy mode. But things to think about for future me, aka future me problems. That looks a lot better. I think that coloration looks a lot nicer, and we can just go and color in the top part here so that it blends a little bit. We could also color this guy in just like that, and then I'm going to go and put a brown marker over the top of it because I just don't want it to stand out too much. There we go. That looks decent. Now there's just like a little bit of color in that section that doesn't look like a box of white compared to everything else. Now, the other ones that I probably want to do a little bit more coloring in on would probably be this guy here, and then maybe the shelves in the kitchen. I think the shelves in the kitchen, we can just use that brown that we used for the grandfather clock because it fits the vibe. That looks good. And then this one, I'm either thinking we color in the tablecloth or we color in the crystal ball. Yeah, and we could probably do something with the bedding as well. I wish that there were I wish there were more colors on these stickers. I actually don't. I think that the stickers that we've got work really nicely with the amount of color they have. It's just that I wish that some of them were a little bit larger so that I could kind of cut them up and use them as coloring materials. Because it's the kind of thing, like, I also don't have to use that tape either. I could use my beige bow tapes and put that into the layout too. Because this is the one that I already have, which I could use on there. It is the introduction of a new color, but if I use it multiple times, then at least it kind of fits. So we'll use this one on the bed. we'll just put that sticker to the side. The nice part about this one, though, is it's quite faint, so it's a lot easier to cut through and just use the parts that I need. Could also probably have stuck that closer to the base of the sticker. Tape, not sticker. Make life a little easier for myself. There we go, put that there. Do you guys want to know some exciting news? Okay, so like technically not like my exciting news, but like I don't think they'll mind if I share. So 2 pieces. 1, my parents are moving to New Zealand next week. Yay. So that's exciting. 2, my brother got engaged yesterday. So that's exciting as well. Which is really cool because then like my parents are moving to New Zealand, my brother lives in New Zealand, I live in New Zealand. Which means that when they get here we can all go and celebrate, which will be nice and fun. So I'm gonna have like a sister-in-law. I mean, honestly, they're probably gonna get married before my bro. I'm not marrying my brother. That's fucking gross. No, I'm not doing that. They're probably gonna get married before Vogel and I do because Vogel and I are indecisive as heck. Still haven't decided what we want to do for our wedding. But yeah, I know, right? Congratulations to brother. So exciting. So that's pretty cool. I'm very pumped for him. His partner, she's really lovely. So that's quite exciting. There we go. Look at that. Yay. And I think that fits in quite nicely. I could even possibly just do the the things out the front, like what I know what these are called, shrubberies. I could do the shrubberies with them as well, which would be kind of cute as well. And then we just kind of have more elements with that kind of color palette going on. But I'm wondering if that'll be just like too much. I mean, we can always just stick it down and see if I don't like it. That also works too. Da, 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 da. You need to finish setting up for the TBR Harvest. Yeah. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well though. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. We're gonna stick this one down here and we're gonna see if I like it. But yeah, so I'm excited for brother, I'm excited for his partner, and I'm excited to celebrate with them both once mum and dad get here. So yay. Which is funny because October's already kind of like celebration dense, I suppose. Because it's like brother's birthday was earlier this year, but because my parents couldn't be here for it, we're gonna go and celebrate his birthday. And then my birthday is in October, so we will be celebrating my birthday. And then my dad's birthday is in October, so we'll be celebrating his birthday. And then brother just got engaged, but parents don't get here till October, so we'll probably celebrate that in October. So it's like, oh gosh, lots of celebrations going on. Lots happening. And then we also have the Sydney Bookshop Hop, which I'm very excited for. Okay, like actually, I think I've talked about it before. I can't even remember who I was talking to about it. I'm excited to formalize the plans for the Sydney Bookshop Hop because we have like a bunch of ideas and we kind of made a loose itinerary, but we haven't really agreed on it. And Denise is going to be there and Deb is going to be there. And then like Monica and Rachel and I will also be there, but you know, I see them on a much more regular basis. So it's going to be really good. I'm really excited. If you live in Sydney and you're just like, oh, this sounds like fun, hit me up. Hit me up on like Instagram or Discord or whatever because we'd love to meet you. Well, like I'd love to meet you. Can't speak for them. They'll probably be fine with it though. But yeah, it'd be cool to get to see you in person. So let me know. I've had a couple people reach out to me already, which I appreciate because I, funnily enough, don't know where you live. So if you are in and or around Sydney in the middle of October and you'd like to come say hi, you let me know. So yeah, now that there's more color in the attic, the attic looks blah. Could the tape be a touch darker / more visible? Possibly. I think that like the attic needs something here because it's too much white space. I just don't know what to put here yet. But I'm thinking that I like this little bush that's colored in with ghosty tape, and I want to do the same thing here. But I'm also thinking that because of that, I might want to move these because it's like otherwise I have to cut around it, and that can be kind of tricky. But we'll pull off a little piece of tape and we'll check it out because otherwise I have to like cut around it very, very gently. But I do wish. Okay, I have one of these gyro cutting tool ones that has like a swivel. That's the word. A swivel head, not a swizzle head. But I found them very difficult to use. So like we could try it, but I'm not the best at it. So please excuse while I stuff this up and probably cut through my page. There we go. Well, at least its blade is sharper than my current one. This definitely takes some getting used to. And I have probably cut through my paper. Let's go see. Haha! Quicksilver has saved us. Thank you, Quicksilver. Good for something. No, okay, I'm sure it's a fine book. A lot of people seem to have very positive things to say about it online, but I haven't read enough of it to make a formal opinion. Now, I do not think that I have pressed hard enough to cut through in every section of this, so I'm having some struggles, but it's not looking too bad. What about an orangish marker to bring to color the roofline to bring some color up to the page? Yeah, I was wondering about that, but then I was also thinking about like the houses that we have in here have quite, not saying that I'm like mimicking these houses, but they have quite dark roofs. So I was thinking possibly like a dark gray or something, but I'm undecided. It would possibly like frame the house a little bit nicer though, because I don't want it to be too can't think of the word. I'm going back to my other knife because it's just safer for me. Yeah, possibly a dark gray to make it look not too heavy, but still make it look more filled in or something like that. Yeah, attic will have shiplap style. Shiplap. I love that. Let's see. A trunk. Ooh, with the lid jar and eyes. That would be pretty cool, eh? Because I could do that and then have it like poking out and then also have some little hands like you said. Yeah, okay, we're going to do something like that in the attic just to fill in that space. I think that's a good idea. Once I've done this coloring tape, as I'm calling it, we'll go figure that out. Because, yeah, I don't think that white space makes a lot of sense. Now, Wait, what are you doing? Stop that. Don't rip. Rude ass. I'm thinking I might just cut around the pumpkin. I can probably cut carefully around the pumpkin. Carefully-ish. There's probably going to be a little bit of white space left over, but it doesn't need to be perfect. It's pretty small. That's also part of the trouble with it. So I'll cut that part off and just hope I don't leave too much behind. There we go. I can probably also find a peachy tone that I can just colour in any of the extra with. Where is the cap to this? I don't want to injure myself. I don't want to start my week like that. This is probably not quite the right colour, but we'll just colour that in. It's a pretty alright match. There we go. So then that kind of blends. Ta-da! That looks pretty cute. And it means that we do have this tape repeated in a couple places, so it just looks a little bit more like it's supposed to be there. I might even color in the trap door with the tape, but we're going to do that in a second. We're going to do the trunk idea first because I think that that's cool. So we're going to have the box and there we go. The person or the thing in there. There we go. Hopefully you can kind of see the vision here. It's not very nicely filled in, but we're going to zoom us in and we're going to draw that in. I like how it gets spookier when we zoom in. Like, so I was thinking like we could do a coffin, but that would be quite like flatter and longer, and I don't necessarily have the perfect space for it. But the trunk idea, at least, like I can kind of make it larger. And yeah, we can use the tape on the trunk as well, which would make sense. So we're gonna put the sides here. And then we're going to go draw the little fingers in, which I'm thinking we're going to use the micron for that. Okay, how does one hold a book? I'm like looking at holding a book so that I can see how the fingers would look. So it's usually like the 4 and then maybe a thumb or something like that. Not that it matters because this is very, very small, but just for the sake of and we want it to look kind of creepy, so we could possibly even do just a couple. Very salad finger vibes. There we go. There's the trunk. There we go. And we're gonna do big eyes looking at us. And the trunk lid is going to be resting off to the side here. We're just going to pretend that that actually joins. Shh, don't tell anybody, it's fine. And then by having the trunk there, I can kind of see where the head needs to sit. Very like vampire vibes. It's my thing in a box. My thing in a box, babe. Oh dear. Oh, cutie. All right, we need to let you dry. And I'm thinking that, yeah, maybe we put the tape over the box and then we use the tape to kind of color the box in. I'm also thinking that our little friendo here needs to have like colored eyes of some description, but not colored to the extent of anything too outlandish, but maybe kind of like a similar-esque color to the kind of yellow that we had down here or something, just so that then they pop, they stand out. Make his eyes pop, you know. Keep the thing in a box. Raise that pencil, looking cute. Oh my gosh, I am so chuffed with how this is turning out, because when Rachel was drawing hers, I'm like, oh god, I could not, like, the effort, please, no. 4 hours later. Okay, which way do we want to do this tape? I kind of want to do it that way, but then it doesn't fit, so we're going to do it this way and just put the ghosty face there. Creak, creak, creak. And at least I'm using my Halloween tapes. This is the only Halloween tape that I have that is a semi-neutral color, though. Everything else is like purple, orange, like that kind of a thing. Knife. So just cut down the sides. The nice part about this is that it is a box, so it's a lot easier to cut around compared to some of the last elements that we have been dealing with. There we go. And cut off the sides there. So cute, so cute. I'm going to have to go through and like neaten up all of his fingers and stuff in terms of, you know, taking the tape off, but for now we'll just take off this part so that then we can see what we're working with. Oh, didn't cut the end of that very well, did ya, ma'am? Ma'am? We'll just cut it again. Thank you, friendo. Beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. It would almost be the kind of thing that I would like not bother with the fingers, but because he is so white, like, will this be up for replay? Of course, yeah. Most of our live streams are, unless something goes wrong, which I do not foresee happening for this one. This is the kind of work that would definitely prove that having a sharp craft knife would be a better idea. There we go. We can try and remove these. We'll see if it works. I'm thinking that maybe using my tweezers here might be a better option than trying to use my fangle. That looks pretty good. Scratch his little fingers off. Come on, friendo. What a mess. I might go and neaten that up later, but for the sake of it, you can kind of see what we're working with, right? like just trying to remove the innermost pieces of tape. General recommendations, if you're thinking about doing washi art like this, just don't. No. Just make sure that the parts that you're pulling tape off of are just nice and larger, because this is a bit of a mish. And possibly a bit more of a mish than it's worth, but I do like how it's looking. So I can at least feel good about that. And this is the kind of thing that, like, I could just cut, literally, I'll show you. I could just cut fully around his hand here. Like this, And then for any of the space that's kind of left over around the outside of his fingers, if I can get this piece of tape off, struggle, without completely munching up the side of my journal, because that's not fun. There we go. For that little piece that's left over of blank space, that's the part that I can just go and color in using my marker and have it blend fairly okay. Like, it's not perfect, but it's fine. It's not perfect, but it's fine. I wish I had nails still. By that I mean, like, my natural nails that used to be longer than this, like, mere days ago. But that's looking pretty cute. I'm feeling like it's not too bad. Yeah, you could just draw over the top if you have the right kind of pen. I'm going to color his eyes in using the ducky color, so the one that we had for the little duck, just because I think that will stick out enough. Not too much. There we go. It's so creepy and I love it so much. Oh my gosh. All right, that's looking pretty cool. I think that in terms of color, that's probably a good stopping point for that. We'll zoom out again so you can kind of see what we've got here. Whee! Ta-da! I'm thinking maybe the roof needs a little bit of color. I think I'd probably go in with a medium gray, if anything. You've got an itty bitty blade and a click pen. That's cool. That's smart. Tink. Alrighty. Ray, I had the exact same thing. I'm like, yep, that's actually salad fingers. I'm thinking that he's actually like a little vampire boy, and that's why he's so pale, because he's been hiding away from the sun. The duck has now got any grapes. Okay, my entire thing is a meme now. I love it. But as said, this is not the end, because I still have to actually go and put in the title and write out the prompts and all of that kind of stuff. I think what we'll do together is at least put the title in. I'm not sure how I want to write the prompts in. I also feel like I want to color in the door knocker for some reason. I'm going to color the door knocker in. There we go. That looks cute. And the door handle. Just so that we can escape, because the entire point here is to escape. So, that's looking good. Love that for us. Now, yeah, similar to the moon color for the roof. That's kind of what I was thinking, like that kind of the dirty gray. We are going to need my swatch book so that we can actually see what it is. Scan it to a PDF. Yeah, I could do. I mean, I find scanning journal pages really hard. Not so much the actual scan, but making it look good enough to warrant like giving to people, if that makes sense. Dirty grey would kind of be like maybe akin to N79, though that's not quite the right grey, because I need something that's a little bit more brown grey almost. We can flip on over to the grayscale section. Haha. Something maybe like an A&O sandy beach, which if my beach was that color, I would not be very happy. I can't even beach here. So what pack was sandy beach from? I feel like I do not have good storage for these at all. Acorn, barn owl, that all looks to be not the right set. Will I be able to find this? So my calligraphs are currently stored in a lunchbox. What did we say it was? Sandy Beach. A lunchbox, because I just did not have a pen storage vessel large enough for them. I used to have a pencil case, not anymore. Okay, can I find this without ruining my life? And by that I mean like just tipping all of these all over the desk. I'm gonna try and no, oh my gosh. Okay, well, this is going well so far. What color are you? Driftwood, so close. Driftwood was the color underneath Sandy Beach. Whoops. Making a bit of a mess. What about you? Oh, you look too brown. Yeah, you're mocha. I'm trying to like look at the side of this, and it's very difficult. What color are you? Mess. New grey? Nope. Okay, I feel like I'm admitting defeat on this. Here we go. Welcome to Tier 2. Such a pleasure to have you with us, Kelly. this one is, oh look, Sandy Beach. See, it only took tipping half of the pens out onto my desk to find it. These were kind of sorted into colors loosely, like all of the blues were kind of on top because I was playing around with whether I could fit them into the drawers that I have on my desk. Upgraded to tier 3. Yay! We're so glad to have you with us. But I was trying to see if I could sort these into the organizers I have on my desk, but they're too long for them. And then I had too many pens as well, so that didn't really help. So I definitely need to find some storage for them because this lunchbox is, while it contains most of them, I still have 2 full sets that aren't actually contained in there. So it doesn't really work. We're going to color in the roof. Thoughts and prayers, because if this doesn't turn out well, I'm going to be sad. But we're going to try. We're going to try. Okay. We're going to make sure that the autofocus doesn't do crazy things because boo hiss. So we're going to... because I figure it's a light enough grey that it doesn't feel too oppressive, but it's dark enough that it actually kind of stands out, was what I was aiming for. There we go. That looks kind of nice. And I mean, I could kind of go over the parts of the end here to highlight the fact that it's one of those shingled roofs or whatever. That looks kind of cute. Now, from the other direction, I'm going to work upside down because it's just a little easier. One and 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 meow 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 meow. What you got me? What you bring me? Vogel bought me chippy. Thanks, Vogel. Thanks. I think that this one is still quite full, but I very much appreciate.
Well, I'll give you those then.
Aw, Vogel bought me fries. What kind boy?
I don't want you starving while you're working so hard.
I know, right? Could you do me a favor? Could you bring me my meds? Yeah. Because I take my morning medication and I haven't eaten today, so. So, whoops. Yeah, my morning medication at 1 p.m. Happy afternoon, everybody. Well, let's see. So I want to finish coloring this in. Those chips smell good, though. So we're going to have a snack break. Which, if you have any questions for snack break, because I can't draw while I munch, but I can answer questions. Not with my mouth full, because that'd be bloody uncouth, but in general, I can do that. So, color. So cute. Thank you. Dee. We need to make sure that we take our morning medication, otherwise we can't check it off on our habit tracker. Wah wah. So, that's looking pretty cute. We'll just put that here. We'll do the little line highlights that I wanted to put in to make everything look very snazzy. But I am going to stop drawing right now so that I can eat some food. I'm going to still be here because I have a page to finish. But if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to have a bio break time. Can I see your question? Possibly. I just need to go find it. Because I'm not very good at making sure that I keep an eye on the chat because I need to what's the word? I need to make sure I don't draw things in wrong. But if you still have a question, you just let me know. You can retype it. Do the chimney on top in grey. That's a good idea as well. I could probably do that. Alrighty, let's see. I'm also trying to make sure that I don't do chewing noises in your ear because that's just bloody rude. But I'm thinking that a grey up the top there would actually be quite a good idea. So, do I miss teaching? I miss parts of teaching. I don't miss anything administrative. That is not that's not part of the party. But doing interactions with students I miss, and I also miss my colleagues. That's part of what I miss more than anything else. Let's see. So we'll color this part in grey. There we go. That looks pretty cute. Love that. Excellent idea. How do you select the books you want to read? Mainly vibes. If I'm already reading a series, like if I just finished a book in a series, I will often move on to the next one. That makes sense to me. But doing like just my like next read, new read, sometimes it's dictated by what I feel like just in general. So that's usually the most common option for it. Uh, Sometimes it's dictated by book club because the book club meeting is coming up and I need to finish the book like this month. So like the thing I'm reading at the moment is Quicksilver because that's our book club book and I need to have it finished by next weekend. But most of the time outside of that, it'll just be like, what do I feel like reading? I have quite an extensive TBR. Like not extensive to the same level of some people online. Like some people have like hundreds of books in theirs. Mine has a pretty comfortable 100. But I usually have something to go on to next and I just follow my joy. What story do I feel like exploring right now? I find that reading challenges like this one and other ones that we've been doing this year, like Goober Readathon, which is our reading challenge, or Magical Readathon, or that kind of stuff. They're pretty good for being able to give me an idea of what I might want to read, like a prompt to kind of follow. But yeah, I'm thinking that I might re-go over the roof just to make it a little darker than the side of the house. I just wanted to color in the side of the house because it looked a little bit open. Let's see. So, question: do you read physical books or ebooks? Mainly ebooks. Mainly because I can just read them on my iPad and it just makes my life a little bit easier. Maybe rather than doing the whole thing, I'll just like highlight the roof line. Make the roof line a little darker. Or as close to the roof line as I can get it. Just to make it seem a little bit, I don't know, separate from the side of the house, if that makes sense. I probably could have colored in the side of the house in a different color, but that looks pretty cute. Let's see. You're doing the Spookopoly readathon next month from Becca in the Books. Excellent. Ready? Yeah, you think YouTube could be lonely? It could be. Yeah, I have like some other people that I know that also do YouTubing that we like kind of talk to each other and stuff like that, but it's not it's not it's not the same as having like proper colleagues and like working in an office environment and having people that you can kind of just like chat to at any point in time. If I want to do social interaction, it needs to be very much like planned in advance, which is kind of lame. But that's also kind of why I like doing these live streams because I get to talk to you guys, and it's not necessarily like talking because you can't chat talk back, but you can type talk back, and that's kind of nice. So I always appreciate people who take the time to write things in the chat and communicate with me, even if I am actually terrible at making sure that I see all of the messages. I'm taking a 30-second break to stuff as many of these chips in my face. Okay, so this is the number of chips I have right now. I put some sauce on them because I wanted to. We're going to see how many I can get through in 30 seconds. Ready, set, go. Alrighty, 30 seconds is officially up. I managed to get through this much, which isn't too bad. Because I kind of want to eat them when they're fresh, but I also, like, don't want to make chip eating noises at you because that's just not pleasant. So, what else does this need? I'm going to keep thinking about it, but I'm also going to keep answering questions if you guys have any. Let's see. You've gone all ebook. Yeah, that's fair. I just find that it's easier. Like, I can hold a book. Like, I have the ability to do that, but I just find it a lot easier to like thumb scroll or finger scroll rather than like turning a page, which seems silly, but when I'm in bed, it's just a little bit easier. And it also means I can read multiple books at once without having to keep multiple books like by my bedside or anything like that because I do a lot of my reading in bed, like before sleepy time. Yeah. Brown black ink pad from A&O. That'd be cool to dab in. Oh yeah, Light from the Chimney. I don't think I have that one. I haven't gotten any of their recent kind of stamps or stamp sets or anything. So I think that the only inks I have from them are black and maybe a pale green, I want to say. But I'm not too sure about that either. In terms of coloring the walls, separating the rooms, I think I will leave that. I kind of want to color the ladder though, because I think that will also help the arrow versus ladder kind of stand out from each other. And I think to do that one, I'll just use the same color that I used on the grandfather clock, because then I'm keeping my pen stash down. I'm gonna color this with the bullet end because it just makes a little more sense, I think. But in terms of coloring in the wall spaces, I think I'm going to leave the wall spaces open, mainly because I think of them as like open space in a way, even though they're very, very narrow. Like nothing's going to get through there, probably, except for maybe the mice, the spiders. There we go. That looks cute. And I kind of want to color in this trapdoor as well because it just looks a little bit odd being not colored in. Alrighty, question. Do you annotate books? I love the idea of annotated books. I think that people with their physical books that are all tabbed up and stuff look really cool, but I do not annotate them myself. If I have anything that I feel like needs to be noted down from a book, I'll usually just write it into Notion or possibly my journal. Usually Notion though. I see some grey inside the house, maybe, or maybe just the door. Yeah, the door definitely needs to be coloured in, doesn't it? What colour do we think the door should be? Should it be grey or like brown, or should I go and try and find an orange colour? I also find that like because the elements around the door are coloured, I don't want to colour it in too much, but I also feel like the door should be coloured in, you know? So yeah, not brown near the clock. Good point. Burgundy would look great. It would also be introducing another colour though. So I'm thinking possibly like a pale brown. We could do. Oh wait, you just said no brown. We literally just talked about this, Jessica. Maybe like a warm grey. So if we did, and even if it's not all of it, it's just the kind of outside. I mean, to say the outside, it is not really the outside. It's just not the middle sections. Just to make it look a little bit apart from the rest of the house. That looks alright because I don't want it to feel like too kind of color dense in one area. Could be like a grey like the roof. I could also go and try and put that over the top of it. Just gonna let it dry off a little bit before we do another chibi stuff because I still have more chibis left to eat. It was very kind of him to bring me food, and yes, it is pretty much food time because I haven't eaten today before this. But alrighty, you guys recommend your best color. We're gonna do another chibi dash in approximately 9 seconds because it's a lot easier to measure 30 seconds from a 30-second mark, and on my end, the 30-second mark is in 3, 2, 1, go. Excellent chibi dash. Delicious. I do have sauce like all over my fingers. Not this one because I'm trying to keep this hand clean, but yeah. Let's see. Black or grey, orangish brown. That would be kind of nice too, eh? Because I kind of want it to stand apart, but like considering the fact the entire idea is like escape the haunted house kind of a thing. So this is the escape. So it'd be nice to have it be kind of like punchy like that, but punchy to the point of still being within the theme, not punchy to the point of like, oh look, it's an eyesore. So I'm gonna grab out my scribble book. So this is the orange we were playing with before, and that's a little bit too much. So what do I have in my color swatches for orange? Because finding an orange that's kind of subdued. So maybe like the A&O anemone. That's not a bad orange. And I think that one might be one that I actually have close by, which would be helpful. I have those in a separate little stash because these ones are the newest ones. So, anemone. We could try that one. Is there a red that's so dark it's almost black? The only issue I think I would have with that one, like if we went that route, is that then it's a really heavy element at the bottom of the page here. Like this one already kind of looks kind of heavy because it's quite dark and it's in the middle of the house. But I would need something that was kind of like equally dark in this section because like the moon is dark, but it's also separate from the house, if that kind of makes sense. That looks a little bit subdued. Let's see. We could do an olive green, but that's also introducing another color. And that's why I'm trying to kind of like aim for not having another color. Like if I was going to go with an olive-ish green, I'd probably go with more of like a subdued sagey version. Something that looks a little bit more very demure, very mindful. Like possibly kind of that, but then again, I'd have to start bringing that color into other parts of the house and then also other parts of my journal because I have a beige bow, my beige bow journal. Go with this orange. I think that this one I actually quite like. So we're going to, I mean, let's see. If I don't like it, I'll just cover the color over it. It's all good. So just color in this. And then the nice part about having the gray already on the page in those darker, or like the areas around the outside rather, is because after I go over them in the orange, if I decide to, then they will be darker by default because there's two pen colors over the top of them. Doesn't look too bad, eh? I mean, I don't think it looks too bad. I might color around the outside as well though, but it does look like a lot of color all at once, doesn't it? I don't know. I might leave it for now. I'll sit with it for a bit because we don't want to add too much color to this, otherwise sad times. Alrighty, I have the last of my chips, and then we can get back to this. Okay, last of my chips. You know, if you need to take a little break, make sure you get up, stretch, do all that kind of thing. Unless it's like 4 in the morning, then don't do that. But there we go. The chippies are gone. Delicious. Thank you again, Vogel. Very appreciative. Also, make sure, Tink, take care of yourself. So, do we think that the TV room needs a little more? It might need something. I don't want to. I don't want to color in the couch. I might just color in the books on the shelf or something like that. Just because the couch would be one very large block of color. Yeah, the Clean Plate Club. Is that like a Babish reference? Because it sounds like a Babish reference. Because, yeah, if we start adding too much color, then I feel like I'm just going to have to color in everything, and I don't want to color in everything. So we're going to color in the books. We're going to use some of this peachy tone. We might use like a variety of different colors here. That's why I've just like picked out one and I'm doing some of the books in that color because this is the one that I've kind of been using to blend in with the white areas around that guy. And then we've got a little kind of like mustardy tone, which is the one that I was using with the candles and the footstool. Add a little bit of color to that. And then the rest of them, we're just going to go in with the 990 and add just a little bit there because it'll pick up a slight coloration from the micron. Just look a little filled in. There we go. And now there's just a little bit more color in that room, which looks good. It's not too much though, not too much. I think that looks good for now. I think we're going to leave that for now, and we're going to put a title in. And then if I feel like it needs a little more, because like right now I'm looking at the cauldron thinking it needs something, but then I also know there's a lot of color down here, so I'm trying to hold off. Um, Stuck on the word anemone. Yeah, keep on hearing the thing from Finding Nemo. Yeah, I think that for the header, because like headers that I do in my journal, they are all like the same. They're all the same. Only the names were changed. Anyways, so for that one, I'm going to do a horizontal ticket. I just need to go get the tickets. So, tickets. Oh, stretch my legs. Why are you doing this to me now? Where have I put them? Because everything has moved in my office. So I can't find anything anymore. Make sure you close the drawers as you go, otherwise you'll end up tripping over something and then you'll be angry at yourself. Yeah, it could just be the bubbles for the cauldron or something, or yeah, we'll think about it. So it's a very pink ticket. Beige bow. Just looking at the ones that are horizontal. The leaf feels kind of fall vibes. I mean, this one's also got a leaf. I mean, literally, they all have leaves, Jessica. But this one could possibly be a good option. I'm just wondering if, like, the color feels a little bit too heavy. I think it's going to need a poll, but I'm going to show you the options before we poll. So we have brown. We have beigey pink. And we have pink. All right? So for the header, tiny poll, if I can figure out how to start one in a hurry. So what do we say? Brown. We have beige, which I'm just going to put it in as beige, even though it's beigey pink, and pink. What header color do you reckon we should use? So just while you're making your choices, we'll cycle through. So we have brown, we have the beige, and we have the pink. Which I think that the pink ties in nicely with that, but the brown isn't really on this page yet, and then it also is something that we have in every single page of the journal, so it's like, I don't know. Wow, this is a very split vote, guys. Like, we need to have some solid opinions here. Because I don't know, I kind of like all of them, but that's kind of why I use them in my journal as much as I do. In the meantime, I do need to find some double-sided tape for it so that we can actually stick it down. Yeah, pink seems to match the washi. I think that it does kind of match the washi quite nicely, doesn't it? Oh, the pink's actually really kind of coming out now. It's like almost 50%, 45% for the pink. But then the brown is kind of nice because then, as said, for the rest of my journal, I do typically put in a lot of brown kind of tones. I love this little door. I do. I was so proud of myself. But I do think that the pink does match quite nicely. And I think that I'll probably lay it over here, like, so it kind of goes over to one side rather than laying over the house, because then I can kind of tie the two pages together possibly if we're going to go with the pink. It does seem that the pink is the winner here because we're on 48% pink. So pink it is. Now, for this one, I don't often use the entire of the ticket. I like to trim down the sides just to make it so it doesn't have quite as much of a border. I think it just looks a little neater. I only have one more. I don't only have one more. I have an entire another stack of it, but it's fine. But I find that every time they print these, they're in a slightly different colorway, like ever so slightly. See if I can find the other one. You can see how they're. I mean, I don't know how well you can actually see that, but you can see how they're kind of different, even though they're the same product. So this one's like the last pink tone one I have, but it's all good. I don't really mind. Well, second to last because this is we have one more that was on the it's not a roll. Ream in the little booklet. It's not much of a booklet anymore when it only has one left though. So I'm not too sure what to call you, friendo. But yeah, they are quite different, eh? And I find that there's a frustrating point because you always end up with like a preference. There's one that you just like a little bit more. Yeah, pad. That's a much better name for it. So there's one that you just end up liking more, and then you run out of that one. You're like, great, now I have to use the one I don't like as much, and I know that there's another one that was better. But on this one, we're gonna write TBR Harvest, and I'm gonna use my Papermate pen for that, wherever he's gone. Okay, so my desk was already a mess, right? But now it also has a bottle of ketchup and a bowl with the remnants of ketchup on it. And I keep going to look for things. I'm like, what the heck is this doing here? I'm like, oh yeah, Swoggle was kind. He bought me food. So this one is called TBR Harvest. So we write T B R and then harvest will be harvest. There we go. We'll make sure that dry. So while that's drying, just to go and have a look at like how I've done these previously, you see how we have the little kind of, I'm going to call them fasteners. They don't actually have any kind of fastening ability. They're literally just there for decoration, but they are something that I do every single time I put these headers in. So that's something else that we're going to have to include. We'll flip back to like 2024 in review. This is set up for my 2024 in review, funnily enough. Which I think that when I set up my 2025 journal, I might not put this in at the start. I'll put it like towards the back, or whenever I actually get to doing a review, I'll just set it up, because it means that I can set it up with the intention of like, hey, this is the space that I actually need for the sections that I want to record. So this guy's going to go here. I feel like I want to do a little bit of like washi or paper or something like that. Do you have the color of the washi that you wanted to incorporate? In terms of the tickets, not so much, but this one I think I'll probably put this somewhere else in the layout, so that then it kind of ties it together. I also I love that it's spooky themed, and I love it's got the little like ghosts and stuff. Oh, it's so cute. So we're gonna put this somewhere else in the layout. It's just that it's more of a vertical tape than it is a horizontal one. So when I put it in, it's probably gonna have to go down the side of the page rather than along the top. That's something that I need to figure out. But I'm thinking that to kind of tie this side and that side together, I want to do some kind of like a ripped paper or ripped washi stacking along the top here that kind of goes over to that side of the page, so that then when I lay the header over, it kind of makes sense. I'm going to check that this is dry using my fabulous, what is it, my blotting finger. Just blot with that. That's all good. And then figure out how we're going to do this top piece, because oftentimes I just use the map tape because it's easy. I like the map tape. But I think that for this one, I'd like to try and use maybe something else if I can figure it out. I do have some script tape here, which we could use, which is kind of like, in the beige bow as well. That's why it's in the same box with all the other tapes. And just like do some ripped stuff along the top here. When I try and do these, I try and make sure that the tape colors, or like the headed color versus the tape color, is different enough so that then the header actually stands out. I like there to be some kind of contrast, whether that be in terms of like color or darkness, I suppose. But for this one, because I'm like dark tape, I don't want it to be too dark though, because I don't want it to, I don't know, outshine, outweigh the layout that we have here, because I could do something like this. I mean, I don't really have a lot of tape here, but I could do something with this. I do have some tucked in here though, so maybe I can find an option that would be long enough for at least a chunk of it. That's kind of that sized. We can do yay amount and then rip some off. That'd kind of work. I know I'm kind of like problem solving things here and just trial and erroring it, and that's usually how I approach most of this stuff, because it's not necessarily the same on every single page, which means that I have to kind of figure it out as I go along a little bit. So we're going to try this one. We're going to rip the edge along here so that then it's ripped the whole way along the bottom, which is cute. Oh, hi. Yes, we are still going. Did you see our spooky house? Isn't it cute? Look at how spooky the house is. It's so cute. But putting the spooky house aside, because we want to stick this tape down, and I'm going to stick it so that then it is as along this edge and corner as possible.
so that then I don't have to cut too much of it off, and it means that it can go to the other side of the layout, which is just a whole bunch of trial and erroring here to make it so that it sticks in the right place. Yeah, get out. There we go. So this is what we would call like the base layer, I suppose, or at least what I call the base layer, because when I do my layering of washi tapes and stuff like that, I effectively just build on top of some kind of base layer that is like fairly neutral. Let's see, the old tape, the old scroll tape with the brown on top, the staggered washi tape effect. Yeah, could do something like that. So usually I'll start with like one kind of layer that is fairly neutral. I mean, like all of them in terms of coloration are neutral, but I try to make it so that then it doesn't draw the eye too much. We'll just rip that off. That looks cute. And then we'll layer this kind of on top there so that then it can kind of straddle the page. Just fold it in half-ish. Not perfect half because I don't want it to be perfect. Yeah, that looks good. And then we will stick it down so it sits along the spine here. Poink. Alrighty. Double-sided tape that. Nice and easy. Also love that I also use the spooky stickers. Yeah, I think it was a good opportunity to use them. And remember, if you want to get yourself spooky stickers, you can go to the washi tape shop and save yourself 10% off with code JASHI10 because we love savings. So we'll put tape all over this so that then it is nice and secure because I don't want one side of it to come up because it's going across 2 pages or whatever. Better safe than sorry. I mean, if it comes off, you just stick it down again. It's not really a big hassle, but still. So we're going to put that here, I think is a good spot for it. That is not straight. That is a mess. Let's try that again. There we go. That looks a little better. I'm just using both the dot grid and the actual grid lines on the tape to help line this up so that it looks as neat as possible because we don't want it to look a mess. We spent all this time, effort, and energy drawing this house out. I will not have it look bad. Like I won't allow it. But that kind of just helps us tie these 2 pages together. Obviously, my journal is quite a lot thicker on this side, so it kind of slopes down quite a bit when it gets to the middle, but it doesn't really bother me. Now, there is a little bit of extra over this side. We're just going to flip the page over, trim that away to make it look gorgeous. There we go. Poink. And I'll probably have to round the corner off a little bit more, but that's a future me problem as well, because I want to think about how it is we're actually going to set up the other side of this layout to capture the information that I need to capture. Because this is kind of like, it feels like one of those choose your own adventure books, the one that would be like, hey, if you decide to go to the elevator, then go to page 43. But if you decide to take the stairs, then go to page 57. And it's like, oh no, either way, you died because it's a Goosebumps book and there is no happy ending. Something like that. But I'm not too sure how I want to write this out. If I just want to like write out the prompts or I want to write down the locations at the very least, but I also think I'll change the name so that this isn't just staircase. It's like upper staircase, lower staircase, just so that then it's a little bit easier to identify which one is which. We could write them down by levels or... I don't really want to draw the boxes in is the only thing, because we just spent so much time drawing this, and I don't want to distract from the beauty of this layout. So I think what we'll do... Oh god, I'm so conflicted. Should I just, like, change the coloring of it online and stick it in? Would that be the best way to go about this? If I change the coloring, I can't take you with me, though, is the only problem. Because we're not using the regular streaming software today. I could cut them out and stick them in though. I don't. The problem is I don't really like the coloring on this version to just stick it in. Even though the layout does make sense. And I do like the little descriptions of the things, eh? How hard would it be to change the color? It's not actually that hard to change the color. Like it's quite doable. But I think that the tricky part is that I don't want to. I'm trying to find the words for this. If I cut this out and stick it in, like if I recolor it, cut it out, stick it in, then it just doesn't really match with what we've got here because we like went to the effort to draw this out. And it's like if you're gonna just cut things out and stick them in, you might as well have just done the whole thing, and then all of this was for naught, except for the fact that it looks pretty dope. Just saying. All right, slightly biased. So what we're gonna do instead, we are going to write the prompts out in because the prompts also aren't that big, because it's like dark cover used in a different reading challenge. Yeah, the vibes would be off with the cutout, but yeah, recolor it would be cool. Because yeah, we'd have to like recolor the hedge. The hedge? Is this a hedge? Recolor the shrubberies as well, because I think that that green is just a little bit too punchy for me. I do like this TBR Harvest thing though. Okay, I'm gonna draw it myself. We're just gonna draw it ourselves, and we're just gonna have boxes, and it's gonna be fine. We can do this. Oh my gosh. So we're starting in the attic, which is just a nice big box. So start. Attic. I feel like for the not prompts, I'm going to use a thinner pen though. Just because this is like, no pencil first. Be an anarchist. I'm going to use a thinner pen to write in the information because I want the actual prompt to stand out more. I'm apologizing if you can't hear me. I'm just got my head in a box right now trying to find another pen. This one, this pen. Okay. So, start attic. And I'm going to try and take up the least amount of space here possible, so I'm going to write this on the same line. So, what is it? Below your feet. Oh gosh, spooky. Below your feet, you hear. What is it? Ghostly moans. Love that. I can't spell ghost. Is that how you spell ghost? Yes. Okay, whew, we're fine. Ghostly moans. Heavy creaks. And it also might be the kind of thing that I just don't write every single thing down because it takes too much space. But that's okay too. And bone. Chilling laughter. It's probably the one in the tub. It's also probably where the creaks are coming from. Laughter. Here we go. And then just ... because we don't need everything. And then this one is going to be, what does it say? It is, yeah, find a prompt from another readathon happening this month. Read a book to fulfill it. Okay, so then the prompt actually is read a book from another readathon's prompt. I think that's really interesting for a first prompt though, because like the first prompt of this readathon is to find something from a different readathon. It's kind of interesting to me. But read a book from another readathon prompt. And I wonder if maybe you could just use, like, I don't know, the other board from the TBR Harvest or something like that. So what's going to happen is I'm going to draw a box around this, and then I'm going to go and scaffold out the rest of them, because they're all, like, 3 lines. Like, they're in 3 rows. And I don't think I'm going to write out, like, the actual story from every single one, but I might just write the kind of, like, space and then the prompt or something like that, and then just draw in the sections. This is where we're going to use pencil though, because for this part I don't want to stuff up my life. For the box around the outside, we are just going to freehand that though. Do I want it to be tight lined? No, I'm gonna wee. That looks good. So there we go. We have the attic box. That looks cute. And then from here, I can just draw in some arrows going down and such, but we need to take up like roughly the same amount of space. Yeah, what do you mean you don't want to write about the cat that you don't own? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, it was too good. But yeah, I think that even though it would be cool to have the entire story and have the kind of like background information about it and stuff like that, for the sake of saving myself the effort, especially because we all know that I'm going to take the path of least resistance and I'm going to do the least amount of reading possible for this challenge because I have a busy month. So writing out the prompt for every single one of them, like, it just feels like a bit much. But I'm going to go and scaffold in the spaces for each of these. And I'm thinking I might just do, you need to have at least a space beside these two so that you can get the arrows through. This is why we are going to do the pencil, all right? You do enjoy the occasional musical reference. Nice. So I like that we have 4 for each of these. It does make planning just a little bit easier. I haven't taken up the full length of this journal, but I'm going to do that here. And I think I'm going to use a gap between it because it's just a little safer, a little easier. That looks pretty cute. And then if it's 12 across and we divide that by 4, that's 3 centimeters. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So then it can be like bathroom, library, bedroom, chimney, and then in the next spot down, it's like chimney again. But we're going to make it so it's just like 3 across or something like that. That looks good. And then we do the similar thing for here. Now I left 2 spaces there, so we want to leave 2 spaces again. Hopefully you can kind of follow what I'm doing, because obviously I'm kind of half explaining my math and process and then half just not. And then if we do that, where the door is at the bottom, I'm just going to write the word escape or something like that. There. That looks halfway decent. So for each of these boxes, I'm just going to write in like what the room is and what the prompt is, and then just encase it in a box, and then have arrows that go to each of those. And I think that I might try and keep the boxes roughly the same size for the most part. I'm going to... I probably don't need as much space as I've given it. I left 3 for this one because I thought I needed it. Maybe, okay. Do I want to draw the boxes in first, or do I want to just go and write stuff in first? I'm going to draw the boxes in first, just so that then I have got the arrows in the right spot as well. Like, okay, so this one, the arrow comes out here, and then the arrow can go to the 1, 2, 3 bedroom, and then the arrow can go to, nope, does not go to the library. Don't put that there. The arrow can go to the bathroom. That looks good. And then this one goes like an arrow between them, and that's why we need a little bit more space for these boxes. Arrow between them. That arrow doesn't go there, but it does have an arrow that comes back up from that chimney. So this chimney kind of needs to be like here roughly. And then this one can come down to there, which means that chimney needs to be cut off. Because this is just like, it's tricky. It's a bit of a mess and a bit much. Let's see. Write first so you know how much space you need for the boxes. I just figured I'd only write as much as I could fit in the box. Because like your way does make sense. It does, that does seem very reasonable. I'm just being a little bit like escandalo. There we go. We go like go back up to the chimney, and then we go over, and then we've got this one, and that one can go there. I'm just following my joy here. Seance room is going to be weird because the staircase probably doesn't need as much space. Get out of there. I'm also not set on how much space I want to have between the boxes either, because obviously for these ones I've left like about a box and a half for between levels, whereas for the ones between each of these boxes I've left considerably less space. So this eraser is having a hard time as well. Why couldn't they just make it a nice, easy board to follow? Why did we have to make it so that everything was struggle bus? It's fine. It's okay. And then that one will be out. That looks like it would work. Roughly. Okay. We're going to write some things in and hope for the best. So, chimney. All right, chimney, I think chimney. Yep. And then I'm not going to write the full prompt in or like the full blurb in because it's just too much. So, it's pitch black in here. And then the prompt is dark cover. I don't have to keep unclicking my pen. I can do this. Vogel's laughing at me. There we go. Dark cover. And then that one doesn't really need all that much space, which is nice. So if we go and draw in roughly where I don't want to draw over the pencil is the only thing, and this is also problematic. So I'm gonna just erase the pencil slightly so that then we don't have to draw over the top of the pencil, and try not to smudge our ink work either. Just really making this difficult on myself, aren't I? It is the way. It is the way. So there we go. And that looks good. And we'll go to there, and we'll go to the halfway mark. Beautiful. Okay, we have a box. Great success. We have a box. And I think that for the arrows, I'll also do the arrows in this kind of beige color, and I'll just double over the line work so that they're a little bit more noticeable. There we go. That looks pretty cute. Okay, we have one box in. We have succeeded. Let's see. Yeah. Exactly. We can just paraphrase them and they still make sense. So it's at least then the little blurb and the prompt that we write down will at least kind of match each other, and then that's not so bad. So that looks pretty cute. I'm going to go down to the fireplace now, just because the arrow comes all the way down from there, so I think it would just make it a little bit easier, and then it kind of confirms where I'm going to be putting in other pieces of line work. There we go. That looks good. And then at the bottom, we have the fireplace. But oh no, somebody's lit the fire. What shall we do? So this one, we're starting it here. Fireplace. And then, oh no, I'm devastated. Someone has lit the fire. And then that one's supposed to be a series read, because it's like you either continue or you don't continue. Yeah, it's like, do you climb back the way you came or continue down and face the flames? And that's a series read. So now I would have put that on the next line down, but I'm kind of trying to keep it so that they're the same vertical height. Like, they don't have to be, but I just thought it might be nice to be. So there's our third box, looking swell. For the box above this, I'm going to at least draw the side of it in, because we need it to come out far enough to get this arrow back to the top as well. So that's something to be mindful of. So I might actually erase that pencil mark and put in the arrow that goes back to the top as well. So this is for this part here that goes from this chimney section up. So that one's going to go this far. There we go. And then that's going to come to about there-ish, roughly. So we'll write the prompt in after we do the line work on the side here. Just so I know roughly where I'm starting. So I know where to start. A little bit easier. So this one is back in the chimney. CHIMNEY. I don't want it to be too wide because we have 3 other rooms that go along here as well. So we have to be mindful of that. But after putting out the fire, the smoke lingers. Hold your breath and start climbing. Why would you climb back up the chimney if you put out the fire? What an interesting choice. Tink. So this one's called like a hyped title. I guess it's because you're climbing up, I suppose. I'm just going to write time to climb back up. Nice and easy. And then this will be hyped title for the prompt. YPED title. And that will tuck nicely into this little corner here so I don't take up too much space away from where I can put the rest of the things on this level. And then we can put our little arrow in, our double over for the line work, make sure it stands out nicely. Triple over it, because why not? Like, I should triple over them now, so I feel like it just darkens it up nicely in a way that you can actually see the directions that we're going in. Oh, looking pretty cute. Now, I will say that in terms of spacing, I'm like not thrilled about the distance between this box and that line versus this box and that line, to the extent where I'm almost tempted to go and color over it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. So this is, again, just using our little stickers that we have, you know, little sticker offcuts and whatever, and just covering over the part that we don't want to be there anymore. Dee-dee-dee-dee. We love a cute little easy fix. I mean, penciling things in properly probably would have been a better solution, but of course, you can't climb back up if the fire's still going. I suppose there's that. It just seems like an odd choice to, like, go to the effort to put out the fire and then not just, like, climb through the fireplace and leave. Like, thanks for being here, Tina. There we go. So that one just looks a little bit better. It's got a little bit more of a buffer there, a little bit more space, which I think on stream it looks quite seamless. In person it's not quite as seamless, but it still looks better than it did before. So, things to erase. Everything. I want to make sure that the line over this side is where it should be, but I also want to make sure that this one is where it should be. So I'm kind of going to work left to right here because I feel like it's just going to be a little easier. So this one here is the bedroom, which I think is going to be great to write about, considering it's got like quite a few words worth of text. So I'm just going to write, "That's not my cat," and be done with it. That's not my cat. Exclamation mark, question mark. And then I'm just going to write superstition on it because related to superstition is too many words. Oh, let's see. Related to, yeah, superstition is going to be way too big. So whenever I'm wondering if something's actually going to fit, I kind of just hover my pen over the page and pretend to write the words out so I can see roughly where I would get to if I was trying to write it out. It's not a foolproof method, but it does give me a general idea of where things will end up, which can be quite helpful. Now, the problem with these ones is that we now need to go side to side, not just up and down, and the amount of space we've left between up and down arrows is distinctly larger than what we're going to end up leaving from left to right arrows. So we're just going to kind of have to make our peace with that. It is what it is. The bedroom also goes down to the living room, so we're going to need to have an arrow that goes down here thrice. 1, 2, 3. Very good. That was 4, but it's fine. And then we have an arrow that comes into the bedroom from above. Gorgeous. This doesn't look messy at all. I mean, it looks a little messy. But I think it's coming together fairly well. I'm feeling pretty good about it, at least. So push that off to the side. Now we want to do the library. We just need to figure out how much space we're going to leave between boxes. Because, wait a second. Oh god, I was worried. I'm like, who's going into this room? And it goes from the bedroom into there. Okay, we're all right. It was a panic. It was a panic, but we're all okay. Just trying to figure out like how much space I need to leave between these boxes in side to side mode, so that then the arrows that I'm drawing don't look weird. Because where is my journal? There you are. If you have an arrow that is, I don't know, got an arrowhead that's this big, say, okay, so we'll just draw twice. If the arrowhead is that big, it looks like a smiley face, but having an arrow length yay long looks fine. Having an arrow length yay long looks a little bit silly. That looks more like a tripod. There we go. It's a pyramid with a circle on top. But this looks sensible. If you're doing an arrow that's this long, then that looks more sensible. But I kind of want to keep my arrows the same size in terms of their arrowhead, but it's going to be a little bit tricky to do that. So we'll just draw the arrowhead in here. There we go. I could probably get away with that much, which is going to make these boxes quite small, but we do what we can with what we have. Though we also did this to ourselves, so like, details. I mean, you didn't do anything. I did this to myself. I am terrible. Aw, I'm glad that you managed to catch it. Yeah, this is so cute. You did such a good job with this. So we wanted to draw our own version and made like other spooky stuff in the house, like spooky crack in the wall and spooky rubber duck. Like, yeah, no, we're gonna have a good time with it. I'm going to take the shortest route possible because I have a very busy October, but I'm gonna have fun with it. Now, I think that this is okay for spacing. I'm not like 100% sold on it. It probably would have made more sense to do something similar to we have in the picture and like having the arrows kind of overlap the boxes. But I didn't think of that, so that's not what we're doing. But this is the library. We are going to just write down library. So our prompt here is, you have just been transported to Fablin, and it's haunted here too. So then the prompt is biblio story. I'm going to write biblio story here so I can see how much space I need for it. Biblio story, which makes sense because this is a library. Then I'm going to write wait ... This is Fablin! Exclamation point. So we've got the essence of it, but it's like, it's not the full thing because we have small boxes. There we go. So we can put that guy in a box, looking very cute. Now, the thing with this last box is that we are running out of space, but that's okay. We're going to do the arrow. There we go. And then we're going to just take up whatever space we have remaining here because I kind of want everything to be in line on this side. Just makes it look a little neater. We like neat. We like it when it's neat and tidy. And then we can put the arrow from the attic with our triple passover. Yay! Looking cute. All right, just to check, we do have, yes, 3 arrows coming out of the attic. Looking cute. This one to this one to this one, which also goes down to that one, which doesn't exist yet. And that one goes to there. Okay, we're good. We're happy. We're rolling with it. This one is the bathroom. Spooky bathroom. I like it. You disturb a ghost while it's taking a bath. Well, ours was a skeleton, so it's just like the other half of the ghost. It's cool. It still makes sense. So we have bathroom. And this is I see dead things. And we're going to put that here. I see dead things. Can we fit this? We're going to use the force. NGS. That looks like things. Done. Now for this one says like you disturb a ghost while taking a bath. Run. So I think for this one, I'm going to say what is that? And I'm going to write behind me. Because the idea is like you're looking in the mirror. So you see a spooky ghost in the mirror. Because there's a mirror in the bathroom. I would write, like, what's that in the mirror? Except for the fact that we don't have that much space in the box. So, what is that behind me? Question mark. So it's like you're looking in the mirror. And it's like, oh no, there's a skeleton in the bathtub. Also, this mirror is very high up. I wouldn't see anything, but it's all good. So that's looking cute. We like that. We've got the prompt down. That's what matters. Okay, so for the lower section, because I've recognized that we've taken up a fair bit of space with this fireplace. The fireplace is now the main attraction of the bottom floor. That is fine. I think that rather than putting the out section here, I'm actually going to take out the door so we can never escape, just so that we have enough space to write down what these prompts are. It's just a really tall ghost. Yeah, probably. A really short Jess. Now, I'm going to need an arrow that goes from the fireplace to the living room. So that one's going to be about yay big so that I can actually make enough space for that and then also have it still connected to the box here. All right, living room. Living room. Where's the halfway point here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Like that is the halfway point. So we're going to have to try and sneak this in. So this one is, you can see the door, but what's that crawling out from underneath the couch? And then it's enter blindly. I'm just going to write something else because I think that it is just like to fit it in. Let's see. We'll see how much space enter blindly comes in. Enter blindly. Especially because mine doesn't have the door. I'm going to write where is the door. Where's the door? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Because the main point of this part of the design, even though I do very much like the story, like the story is kind of like supplementary to me knowing how to get out of the house. Like the main point here are the arrows and then figuring out like what the actual prompt is. So as long as I have the prompt and the spot that I'm supposed to be in, like that's okay. We're going to put this one here. I don't know how far across it needs to go just yet, so we're going to write it in. So, where is the door? Enter blindly, looking cute. And then this is the staircase. You hear someone moving around downstairs. Let's pause and regroup. You hear someone moving around downstairs. Oh, okay, so you're like not going downstairs yet because somebody's downstairs. Staircase. And that's a mood read. We love a mood read. And then we've got theater, which is a book movie, and then the seance room, which is supernatural vibes, which I might just write supernatural because it might just be easier. For the staircase, I'm just gonna write catch your breath. Because that's effectively is like, let's pause and regroup. So it's like a breath of fresh air, catch your breath. You can do a mood read. There we go. And this one comes from above. Because yes, it goes bedroom, staircase, and then to the onwards to the theater. This is making you miss playing Plasmophobia. I don't think I've ever played that one. What I used to have though was a game that was like Escape the Haunted House, and you had to find 13 keys by the 13th hour, kind of a thing. I could never win. It scared me too much, honestly, because I'm a giant chicken. But one of the issues there was in the game is that the guy who kind of says like, "Oh, you need to find these keys, otherwise you'll be stuck here forever," and he's like friendly, but he has a twin brother who is not friendly, and they look exactly the same because it's a cartoon game, like an old cartoon game, where you effectively just like click on doors, and then it just kind of cuts to another room that's just a static image, and you can like click on things and stuff. Uh, Never knew how to actually get out of the game, tink, but it was a good time, but terrifying. Multiple times I got stuck in the attic because a rocking horse would like sit on top of the door that was to get in and out, and you had to give him something to get out, but I never had the thing to give him or anything I tried to give him. He's just like, "Nay, I do not want this." So it didn't really help. I'm like, "I'm sorry, friend. Please let me out of here. I'm scared. I'm scared." So we are moving from the staircase to the theatre. Is Ghostface watching his own films? I love that so much. Now I don't have a ghost face in here. Well, I have like little ghosts, so that's kind of thing. So we'll put in an arrow not too far. There we go. And then I am not. So obviously the prompt here is quite long. So it's book to film or movie related. I might just write book to film, because I think it's just easier than like it's more likely that I read something that's book to film rather than movie related in general. So theater. I did the same kind of thing for the magical readathon as well. I just picked like if there was a problem that said like this or that, I just wrote down the one that was the one that I was actually the most likely to do, if that makes sense. Let's see. Okay, it's a team-based game where you have to figure out what sort of creature is haunting the house with different tools. That's quite cool. Yeah, but the spirit can unalive you. Oh no! Don't do that! Don't get me! Let's see. What do we say? Book to film. Book to film. Gorge. Love it. And for this one, I'm just going to write what's your fave scary movie? And I'm not even going to put a question mark because we don't have space for question marks in this house. That's ridiculous. Even the concept of it, ridiculous. Okay, and now we have hopefully got enough space to put in the seance room, and I'm hoping that we have enough space for that because it is very much tucked into a corner here. Because somebody did a very sensible job deciding they were only going to take up as much space as they took up. Choices. Let's see. So This one, seance room, which I can spell because I have a piece of paper here that says seance on it. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Seance room. So this one says, you interrupt the seance. Well, that was rude. The crystal ball shatters, the table shakes violently, and it's time to go. Supernatural vibes. So we're just going to write supernatural. Yeah, you just have to read supernatural. Supernatural. It's like, I'm just going to write, wow, rude, because you interrupted. But I'm like, what can we write there? You're working on your novice path? Awesome. Let's see. So I think that you interrupt the seance, the crystal ball shatters, the table shakes violently, and it's time to go. Okay. I'm gonna go with. Let's see. I don't think I can fit anything too large. It's gonna be like quite small. Are you here? Question mark. It's like, is the ghost in the room with us? So, at least it's something. Again, like, could have done a better job with planning out the spacing here, because all of my rooms over this side are getting quite small because the ones on the side were somewhat larger, but it's fine. Again, as long as I know the path to take and I know, like, how to get out, we're good. So this one here, living room, we're going to just put this right next to the living room because they don't actually go to each other. This is going to be the kitchen. And the kitchen is going to be something smells delicious, but that chef at the stove is transparent. I love that. So kitchen, then the prompt is food on the cover. So Twilight. You know I had to. Okay, I'm not doing it. So food on the cover. I'm just gonna write smells like chicken. Question mark? Even though I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like taste like chicken, but we're not going to be tasting what's cooking in the pot. That does sound like a bad idea, especially if you wake up in a house that you don't know like how you got there or anything like that. It's probably for the best to not go and eat the things in the kitchen willy-nilly. So we've got one more room to do, making sure that we don't accidentally put the arrow the wrong way, Jessica. And then we can draw in this one and draw in the arrow that leads to this one. That looks cute. I am happy with that. We do need to write the prompt in though. So this is the staircase, and this is saying, these stairs have claws. Slide down the banister to avoid them. Oh, that's cool. Thinking of doing your own spreads too, but haven't done it yet. Nice. I don't necessarily do these for every single reading challenge we do, but more recently I've been enjoying doing them. Like when we did the one for, what was it, Deck of TBR-a-thon? Which was a little bit of a go with like the little cards and everything, and then the rules and whatever. This was a lot of fun, so it's made me more inclined to make layouts like this. And I think that that's also part of the reason why I want to change up how I'm doing my reading journal next year, so that I can do more of these things. So this one is staircase. Staircase. Gorge. And under 300 pages. Under 300 pages. I can fit that. I'm a wizard. All right, now we need to write in the little blurb here. And the one that says here, the stairs have claws, slide down the banister to avoid them. I'm just going to write slide down the banister because I think that's what I have space for. Slide down the... How do we spell banister? Funnily enough, it's on the sheet, so we can just copy it off there. Excellent. So that's looking pretty sweet. We have the rooms, we have the way out. I feel like we probably should have sketched it out a little bit better and then put the door in and such, but I didn't do that, so it is what it is. But this is looking good. We like this. In terms of this bottom space though, I think this is what I'm going to use for like capturing which reads I actually do for the challenge. With the assumption that I go easy mode here and do 1, 2, 3, I'm gone, then I could do 1, 2, 3 in terms of covers. So if that's 6 centimeters, 1, 2, 3, come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a gap, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a gap, 1, 2, 3, 4. So my reading covers would be here. So just for the sake of like showing you what I mean, we'll try and find one that works. Let's see. Usually post about readathons, but joining the Bujo Buddies Book Club server. Yeah, we love the Bujo Buddies Book Club server. So that one is in Discord. Monica, do you have a link to that one? I don't have one immediately available, but it'd be like that. So I can stick my little covers down the bottom here, and then we can have them in here, and then that'd be really cute. At least I think it'd be really cute. I don't think I'll put a title for it just because I don't really have like enough space for that. But also, of course, if I decide to take a different path and then, I don't know, read more books, what's the other easiest route? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, that's a lot. Or, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 5, 6. I could do 6. Yeah, so depending on what kind of pathway I take in this, I might have a different number. So I've got my sketching in there at least to show where I could end up in terms of doing that. Thank you for sending that link through. Okay, so for anybody who's watching, whether that be here live or on the replay, we have a Discord server fully dedicated to just reading enthusiasts and the like. We like to post like reading challenges like this over here, so you can get involved if you want to get involved. We post like information about sprints and stuff that are happening and whatever else. We also host our own book club over there. You don't have to be part of the book club to join, but we would love to have you over there with us. Make sure to hit the link. Monica has sent it through in the chat, and we would love to see you over there. I'm like literally just going over there now to check it out because I'm just so enamored by it, because of course I am. I think we currently have something like 700 or so reading enthusiasts over there. So like if you want people to be able to like give you recommendations about books, or if you just want to get involved with other people who love to read and share reading journal layouts and all of that kind of thing, we would love to have you. So this is looking cute. I need to do some more decoration at the top here with some more kind of layering, and I also need to put in the little side pieces over there just to make my heart happy. So we're going to use this one to do those little side brackety bits that I like. Where are my tweezers? So messy. Everything is everywhere, all at once. Here we go. We'll put that one there. So it kind of just looks like it's fastened into the journal, even though it has absolutely no structural hold up from those little pieces. They're just there for decoration. Can I get this off the scissors? Yes. Wizarding. Yes, we're a wizard. There we go. We love that. It's beautiful. Your mind went to the wrong place when you said side piece. I mean, I did intentionally say it in a cheeky manner, so like I will allow it. So that's looking cute. We still need to go and put some like layering up there as well. I like it to look a little bit visually interesting, I suppose. I do have some little stamps here that I could use if I can find the end of it. These ones are really cool. It's like a washi tape, but they're made to look kind of like stamps. So I don't know how well it shows up on camera, but the edge of it is cut down so that then they look like little stamps that you might send a letter with, kind of a thing. We could take one off and put that on the layout as well if we wanted to. It's just like some kind of like a little layering moment. I don't know what coffee has to do with anything. It's just for the coloration of the whole thing. Tee-hee. This one I don't really want to use because it doesn't seem to fit this layout very well, so we'll just put that to the side. And we want some other kind of colored bits. We could do some kind of like haunting music. Little musical note moment. Lay some of that along the top. And it gives kind of visual interest, really. That's the entire point of it. It's just visual interest. And this one kind of like blends in terms of coloration, so I don't feel super inclined to have to rip every single edge of it to make it look like it fits in nicely. This one hangs off the top just so that then it didn't kind of encroach on this box space. We can cut that extra piece off as well, if we can find our scissors. That's the big thing. Long stream. Yeah, we are still going today because we are dedicated to the craft. Normal streams are only usually maybe 3-ish hours. This one has been 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's only been 5 minutes. What are you talking about? Yes, of course I can set this up in just 5 minutes. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, what else does this need? Because I think that I need some more layering up here. I also feel like I need something in the corner, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do for that is going to be the old classic map tape because I love it. And I also figured I'd put it down in the corner here because when I go and layer over the top with my reading like pieces, the things that I've read for this challenge, then I will have this in the corner ready to kind of be half covered up with that stuff. Yeah. There we go. Put that down there. We'll put some of this up the top here. So that then it's got some balance on the page, right? When we're doing this kind of decorative work, we're looking for what we call left, right, top, bottom balance. So I've put this in the bottom right corner, so I put that in the top left corner. You don't have to. I just tend to because I find that it's just an easy way to make it so that your layouts look balanced, feel composed nicely. I'm going to turn my journal to cut this in a second because this is a silly way to cut things. There we go. I will say though that if you do the amount of like washing that I do in my journal, like especially where I kind of dedicate a lot of it to the corners, you do have a tendency to get very bulky journals, especially around the edges of your notebook. Or for me, because I do a lot of work at the top of my journal and stick a lot of stuff into the very kind of top banner section here, it means that the top side of my journal is very fat, to put it nicely. We don't like. We like the chunk. The chunk of the journal is nice, but it's just something to keep in mind if you're, chunk averse when it comes to your notebook. Apologies also if that hurt your ears, because I know that this can be kind of loud sometimes. Kind of like me, but you thought you were going to miss this one? Nope, you were here with us in real time. Live and in stereo. I actually have no idea what the sound quality is like. Hopefully it's good, but this is where the read covers are going to go. I'm feeling good about that. I'm kind of tempted to almost plan out what it is I'm going to read for them and stick them in, because that's kind of what I did here, so that then I could see like, oh, this is the prompt, but this is what I'm planning on reading for it. And then if I change my mind, it's fine. But let's see. So this would be read a book from another readathon prompt. What other readathons are people doing this month? I think I need to know. I know that people mentioned like Spookopoly, and I feel like there were other ones, but I just don't really remember them now. I really want to know what Erin's doing with hers, because I want to know what prompts she has and maybe see if I could do something from one of her prompts. Has she posted it yet? Maybe not. Erin, what are you doing? I know that you're not here, or at least I don't think you're here. Post your challenge. Blackoween, alrighty. I don't know what any of the prompts from that one are, so I guess I'm gonna have to wait and find out for prompts. But in the assumption that I'm going easiest route, then the next one would be superstition. What's a book about superstition? Does anybody have any recommendations for that? I'm gonna have to jump over to our book club Discord or whatnot and see if people can suggest anything for it.
You can't wait to see what Erin's doing. I hope she'll post this week. Yeah, because I only just heard about it in one of her most recent videos. But I'm eager to find out what it is that she was planning for it. I think I want to stick a little something else up the top here. Even maybe if it's just like I could stick a little bit of that tape in or something, just to have a little bit of layering. Might even cut it so that it's not quite as wide, just because I feel like I like more of a tiered system here. I also don't want it on this side. I think I want it on the other side. There we go. We'll just stick it there. And then we're going to cut it down so that then it's, well, we could actually rip it so that it's, there we go. Now I feel like I should rip it from both sides, so I'm going to get a new piece. I don't want to rip it from both sides. Superstition, luck, charms, folklore. Okay, excellent. Superstition, luck, charms, folklore. Superstition, luck, charms, folklore. See, the issue that I have with a lot of prompts in general is that I am not very well versed in like what books are about and stuff like that, because I am such a spoiler hater, much to Monica and Rachel's dismay, because anytime they try and talk books about, to me or just with each other in my presence, I'm just like, don't say anything, you're gonna ruin the entire okay. But it means that I don't necessarily know a lot about what books are about before I start reading them. So I have to base a lot of what I read on recommendations, because other people will say like, hey, Jess, I think you'll like this. I'm like, excellent. Tell me nothing about it. I will go read the book. Which has pretty much been the way with most of the things that I have read as recommendations from other people. But I might have to break my own rule and go and have a hunt. There we go. That looks a little better, because now it's a little bit more organic looking, and it doesn't matter too much if it's not perfect. There we go. And I think that coloration ties in nicely with the ticket that we have. Yeah, that's right. You just tell me what the vibes of the book are, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll read that. It's all good. There we go. I think that's looking pretty good. I'm going to need to figure out what I need to do for each of these books, because the other one is Enter Blindly, and that's like how I live my life, so that's fine. I'll just like pick at random from my TBR, because I don't really know much about most of the books that I've got on there. It's just that Rachel and Monica said, hey, this is good, you should read this. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. That's fine. I'm very agreeable sometimes, not a lot of the time, but sometimes. Alrighty, guys, this is looking great. I am feeling good about it. I feel like I need to go post a picture on Instagram for this, because I don't usually post on Instagram because I'm slack, but I'm feeling very good about our work here together. If you enjoyed this video, please do give it a thumbs up. It's been such a pleasure hanging out with us. If you watched this to the end, all right, once this finishes, or if you're here on the replay, make sure to write I am a wizard in the comments, because you are a wizard, because you got to the 5-hour 25 mark. Oh my gosh, I'm going to go and get some more chips because I'm hungry. Alrighty, guys. Bye for now.